It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, signs of hope. Underwater noises heard in the search area for that missing sub. Rescue crews now racing against the clock.
There is a full court press effort to get equipment on scene as quickly as we can.
We're live with the latest on the desperate search as it unfolds. Then, speaking out, the judge who made headlines for his calm demeanor during the Alec Murdaugh trial sits down with Craig for his first one-on-one since the verdict.
Were you surprised by the attention, the extent of it?
I probably shouldn't have been surprised. It had all the ingredients for something of major public interest.
What he's now saying about the high-profile trial. Plus, squad goals. We have a major announcement this morning about Team USA and the Women's World Cup. The roster being released today. But first, we'll kick it all off right here on the plaza. And hot stuff. This morning, we're celebrating summer with special live events all morning long. From what to read to backyard hacks and how to throw a party like a pro, we are getting you ready to kick off the season right today, Wednesday, June 21st, 2023.
On our first sisters trip from Irvine, California. Love you, Mom and Dad.
Visiting from Hamilton, Virginia.
O'Fallon, Missouri.
Cape Coral, Florida.
And Columbus, Ohio.
Celebrating the girls' graduation
from Mandan High School.
and NDSU
in North Dakota. From Springfield, Illinois. Today is our 30th anniversary. Sending love to our kids watching in Kansas City.
Hi, my dad.
In Little Rock, Arkansas.
We love you.
Cousin's trip from Lexington, South Carolina. Wishing my mom a happy birthday in Batavia, Illinois. 3 generations. On a girls' trip.
From Ennis, Texas, y'all.
We're back 8:10 with a new look at one of the most closely watched trials in recent memory, the conviction of prominent South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh for the murders of his own wife and son.
In a Today exclusive, the judge is now speaking out in his first television interview since that verdict.
He sat down with Craig, who joins us now from Columbia. Craig, good morning.
Hey, Chanel, Hoda, Savannah, good morning to all of you. Judge Clifton Newman has seen his fair share of trials here in South Carolina over the past 2 decades. In fact, he was the judge that presided over the trial of the former officer down in Charleston who was accused of shooting Walter Scott in the back a few years ago. But Judge Newman admitted this was the highest profile trial of his career, the trial of Alec Murdaugh. We spent some time talking about the trial itself, also talking about the fascination with all of the inner workings of the trial as well. Judge Newman spending some time here yesterday telling me what it was like to be at the center of it all. The trial grabbed headlines around the world.
I'm Alec Murdaugh.
Alec Murdaugh, once head of a prominent South Carolina legal dynasty, standing trial for the murders of his wife and son. And overseeing the high-profile case, Judge Clifton Newman. Were you surprised by the attention, the extent of it?
I probably shouldn't have been surprised. High-profile lawyer, death of a wife, death of a child, accusations of stealing millions of dollars from clients, allegations of a lawyer hooked on drugs. It had all the ingredients for something of major public interest.
It all started on the night of June 7th, 2021, when Alec Murdaugh called police, claiming he found his wife Maggie and son Paul shot to death on the family's country estate. Turns out that call was just one in a long series of lies exposed during Murdaugh's 6-week trial.
I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could.
Lies about where he'd been the night his wife and son were killed. Lies about a staged suicide attempt, admissions about drug abuse, and allegations of stealing millions of dollars from his clients. Through it all, Judge Newman, widely seen as a calming presence and by-the-book jurist. In the end, it took the jury less than 3 hours to convict Murdaugh. Were you surprised at all by the speed with which the jury came back with the verdict?
I wasn't. My experience in recent years is that jurors don't take a long time deliberating after they've spent weeks and weeks and weeks listening to testimony and receiving evidence.
Last March, Judge Newman sentenced Murdaugh to 2 life sentences while declaring he'd be forced to live with what he'd done.
Within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you.
Pretty powerful.
Yeah.
You think that he'll be haunted by his wife and son?
No, I think so. It has to be. I cannot imagine him having a peaceful night knowing what he did. I'm sure if he had an opportunity to do it over again, he'd never do it.
Judge Newman's reserved demeanor on the bench drawing many admirers. His story made more impressive by where it started, in a segregated school in a small South Carolina town, inspired by the landmark case Brown versus the Board of Education. He went to law school and became a prosecutor before becoming a judge in 2000. One of his daughters, Jocelyn, following in his footsteps, is now a state judge too. So growing up, you would see Dad in court, in action.
It was kind of scary. He was a good prosecutor. I would sit in the jury box and watch him at work.
Judge Newman and her father talk often. In fact, they even share the same judges' chambers. So she had a front row seat as he made headlines from the bench in the Murdaugh trial.
I knew it was a big deal, but it probably happened even before that. Just scrolling through Instagram and seeing a Dateline post about Alex Murdaugh was just amazing. I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of that and sent it around to the family.
Judge Clifton Newman plans to retire this fall. As his legal career comes to a close, he reflected on Murdaugh and his most high-profile case.
Felt sorry for him, felt that that he was just in a position where he could not, where if there's a hole that he could go into, he would dive in that hole and keep going to the lowest depths. And I wasn't trying to pull him out of that hole, but I wanted to give him an opportunity to say something.
Alec Murdaugh still maintains he did not kill his wife and son. There were certain questions that Judge Newman declined to answer because this is a case that is being appealed. It's also interesting to point out, you just heard from one of his daughters there. Judge Newman had 4 children, and Savannah, you'll appreciate this. All 4 of the children ended up taking the LSAT. All 4 of them ended up going to law school, actually. 2 of them finished law school. They ended up becoming attorneys. Just 2 weeks prior to this trial starting, his youngest son died suddenly. And a lot of folks said to the judge, we would understand if you wanted to delay the start of the trial. Judge Newman insisted that because there had been so many people who'd been involved in jury selection and seating the jury, he wanted to seat them for that reason. And also, he needed the distraction as well. And his wife, for the first time ever, was in court every day to support her husband during the course of that trial.
Wow. It's pretty extraordinary that he decided to just go forward and do the job before him when he had that such personal grief. Craig, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
more of our Pride is Universal series.
Yeah, Jenna is here with a very special love story involving the author from one of her June book club pick.
The June pick. Hi, guys. Okay, the Celebrants author, Stephen Rowley, and his husband, Byron Lane, are actually both writers. I met up with them recently at the Aurora Cocktail Bar here in New York, where they told me how they first fell in love thanks to some very well-written online dating profiles.
I just remember thinking of all the fish in the sea, here's this guy who knows how to string sentences together in a way that is moving and lovely and funny.
Wait, don't you love that like the sentence structure is what sort of captivated him?
Like, this is the one for me if it's the grammar that gets him.
After their first date in 2013, Stephen Rowley and Byron Lane each knew they'd found someone special. Both authors, in love with writing, and now each other. Byron says it's Stephen's calm nature and big heart. Stephen says it's Byron's kindness and sense of humor. But just 2 years after they met, Byron faced devastating news. You were diagnosed with cancer.
That was a really sad moment, testicular cancer.
Byron had surgery to remove the tumor and thought he was in the clear. But almost 5 years later, Byron felt a lump in his upper thigh.
The hard part was when it came back.
During the pandemic, right?
During the pandemic.
As a caretaker for him, like, that was a really frightening moment.
After surgery and 3 months of chemotherapy, Byron was declared cancer-free. And did you know then that you wanted to marry him?
Oh yeah, I learned that there are people that can come into your life who you can count on. Still shows up in the times that are the worst.
Byron decided to propose, and true to their relationship, wrote his proposal and the acknowledgments of his book, A Star is Bored.
And thank you to Stephen Rowley, my morning light, my nighttime star, and all the magical blue skies in between. I love us, I love you, will you marry me?
Stephen accepted instantly, then a year later accepted publicly in his own book, The Guncle.
To Byron Lane, 1,000 times yes. I'm so damn lucky to spend my life with you.
Why am I the only one crying? It's so beautiful. Stephen and Byron got married in their hometown of Palm Springs, California. They spend most of their days writing in their house, offering advice and support. Both published books on the same day this May. Byron's book, Big Gay Wedding, and Stephen's book, The Celebrants.
Yours celebrates romantic love and family love. And mine also has a love story. There's also this great found family, friendship love.
Stephen and Byron's own well-written love story has some twists and turns, but mostly, they say, it's filled with happiness. When you describe your love, how would you describe it?
Stephen gets up, we have our coffee, and then he goes off to one half of the house, and I'm in the other, we're writing, and we meet again for lunch, and it really is, it's a lovely life, and I feel so lucky.
I mean, aren't you so inspired by them? And, you know, they say both of them have written stories with gay storylines, and it's particularly important to them this Pride Month, but every month, that they get to represent a love that they didn't really get to read as children. And now as authors, they get to change the way that we see love. And I think it's pretty incredible. Stephen's book, The Celebrants, is our Read with Jenna June pick. I hope y'all will read with me. To get your copy, you can scan your QR code. You can also get My Big Great Gay Wedding. It's hilarious.
Yes.
Byron's book.
A Star is Bored looks pretty good too.
Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah. He was Carrie Fisher's assistant.
Okay.
So he wrote a little bit about that in The Star is Bored.
That was beautiful.
They are lovely, lovely
Lovely,
people.
lovely. All right, coming up next, designer Lauren Mack. She's working her magic DIY ideas to improve your outdoor space for some summer fun, like the cutest way to repurpose an old tire. But first, this is Today on NBC.
So cute.
It was awesome.
Welcome back. We were just saying hi to so many folks on the plaza. We're so grateful to have them here. We are kicking off the first day of summer right here in our own backyard.
All right, as you get ready to enjoy more time outside, we're going to show you some fun, some easy DIY projects that can spruce up your backyard.
We're so happy to have interior designer and DIY expert Lauren Mack here. She's got tips and inspiration. She shares it on her Instagram page daily. Well, this morning she's going to share some with us. These are so clever, Lauren. Yes. And can we really do this? I mean, Hoda and I aren't exactly
we're
creative.
Not.
Well, that's okay. That's what I'm
Show
here to
us
teach
how.
you. I'm
Okay.
going to show you how to do it.
So you got an old tire, which we get, all right?
Yes, an old tire. Listen, I love upcycling. I love turning trash into treasure.
Okay.
This old tire is anything any one of you guys can find in your own backyard.
Yes.
It's super easy just to cut out a little bit of a hole.
Okay.
Make it a little bit bigger. Any bitter old girlfriend will tell you how to do this.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Cut that right out to make the hole a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Then you want to spray paint it. I love spray paint because it gets in all the grooves. You don't have to be as tedious with
Yes.
the work.
Okay.
Okay. I've spray painted this blue because I'm going for an under the sea theme.
Yeah, that's
You
cute.
guys can make this your own.
So what is this going to be when you're done?
Oh, it's going to be a sand pit.
Oh my gosh, we actually have
sand
darling
pit.
Oh, I can't
Okay.
handle it.
Future
Listen.
Today producers playing in it.
Yes. Okay. You guys, get into it.
Okay, get in.
Get in here and get
What
some
are we
paint.
doing?
Oh,
Here you
painting.
go.
We're painting a design.
Anything we
what
want?
kind of design?
Anything you want. You can do polka dots. You can do stripes. You can make it a beach ball. You can go with an under the sea theme like I did over here.
I'm gonna
Or
make
you guys, this is the cool thing. You can personalize it with your kids' handprints and make a memory out
Can
of
I
it.
ask a
Isn't that
dumb
cute?
question?
No.
Is
there's
this?
no question to it.
Should we be concerned that it's dirty because it was a tire?
You know, that spray paint just locks it on in.
Locks it on in.
okay.
Okay, so we paint it any way we
Once you
want.
put anything you want to do, then you get a pool noodle to protect those little hands.
Yes.
You just
Okay.
make one little slit down the pool
And go
noodle.
all the way
That's
around.
correct. And put it on the inside.
Okay, and then
cute.
what? And then you're done?
You have a DIY sand pit.
You are
That's
so
really cute.
Brilliant.
Isn't that cool?
Isn't that
You fill it with
clever?
sand. Isn't that great?
They
This
like
is so
it.
affordable, guys. A free tire, some paint, and a little bit of sand is like less than $10.
Hi,
That's
sweet
fun.
girl.
Okay,
Hello,
hi,
really
lady.
good. Okay, so
Okay.
this next one's amazing.
Yes, everyone loves a gallery wall. Am I right?
Yes.
We never think to take it outside.
No.
So this is a really fun DIY gallery wall that you can make with some old picture frames, and these are drawer liners, like those little drawer liners.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
when you organize
Yeah.
your drawers.
Yes.
But listen, this is what I'm using for this. Any combination you find, like figure out the best solution for you.
Okay.
I'm hot gluing it. You can super glue it. Whatever. You can screw it in.
All the
blah,
crafters
blah, blah.
have a hot glue gun.
Yeah,
It's like
you
the
know,
crap.
like that,
You gotta have
honey.
it.
But you know, just make sure you push it hard and let it set. Okay.
Okay.
Once you do that, you'll spray paint it to
Yeah,
customize
okay,
it to your
we get
own
it.
liking.
Yes.
Ta-da! This
Look
is
at
the final.
that.
Okay, and now you can plant.
How
Savannah, get in
clever.
here, girl.
Okay. So
Come on.
this is like if you've always wanted flower boxes, but you don't have them. It's just kind of like little
This-
flower boxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
And
put
don't worry about
dirt
the
in.
mess. Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
good.
Would you like to?
Yeah,
Oh, you
yeah.
got your gloves
That's
off.
okay. I don't care.
want to mess up your manicure.
Girl,
Hello.
it's okay. So I
Okay.
put it in just
yes,
like that.
like that. Boom, boom, bop. It's so easy. This is
And then
great.
you hang it up like
You
a
hang it up
picture.
like
So
this over
cute.
here.
Look over here. Look what you did.
I love
Right?
that.
It's
And you
a
know what's cool about
beautiful
this?
picture.
It's so lovely. You can customize it to your own colors, and what's great about this is you can take this inside during the
That's
fall
so
and winter
pretty.
and enjoy it all year round.
By the way, beautiful. What a clever
it.
idea.
Very, very
All
cute.
right, this right here
Come
is
on
a
over.
beautiful little fire pit outside, right?
Yes, it is. Okay, I love going outside, but I live in Tennessee. Those mosquitoes do not play.
Oh,
girl.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, and I can't deal with the mosquitoes or anything else for that matter. Plus, I love some ambiance.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so I found this vessel. You can find a bowl, you can find a planter,
Yep.
whatever dish or vessel you love.
Okay.
Fill it with sand first because you want to put the candles in and get
Now,
the nice
these are
picture.
special candles, right?
These are citronella.
Citronella.
Get
That
the
gets
bugs
rid
out.
of the
Bugs
bugs.
away, keep any pests away.
Okay.
All right, and then you can fill it with some sand to,
More
to
sand.
lock those candles in place.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
more sand.
More sand.
Clearly, the theme today is sand, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sand is cheap. Don't forget that. Now,
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then after you put all the sand in,
Yes, that locks them in place, right? And you just
Okay.
really want to make, because
Pat
it's
it
an
down.
open flame, you want to keep it, nice
Okay.
and secure.
Okay,
Yeah,
got
you
it.
know, yes, Savannah,
And
go
then?
on, girl. And then at the very end,
Yes.
Yes,
you want
Lauren.
to top it off with some gravel.
Oh.
You can use rocks. I used aquarium gravel from like the
Oh, that's
pet
clever.
supply
Oh,
parts.
yeah. Okay.
Just do a little sand
Oh,
in there.
wow.
Look, a little dump, and then, ta-da!
and I think we have some video of this in action, but it is incredible to
You
watch
do.
what
Isn't
this
that
looks
great?
like at night.
Yes.
Gorgeous.
Actually, you know what? That version that you're seeing right now
Yes.
is an upgraded version. I use these tiki torch canisters that you can get at any big bookstore. This was $1.68, ladies.
Wow.
And you just
stick
fill
it
it
in
up
this-
and replace it with
Instead of the
candle.
candles.
Exactly.
Okay.
brilliant.
Very
Yeah,
clever.
I love her.
We're not allowed to set things on fire here on the plaza,
not today.
but you saw the video. It's really cool. Lauren, what great
you.
ideas.
Great job.
Okay, Carson, you're going to keep the summer theme going. You've got Elizabeth High School with you.
Yeah, well, I am keeping the summer thing going. We got a couple recipes here. We've got this something about a bright and fresh salad. I don't know. I found the cocktail here that is delicious. This is kicking off summer officially. But we have a lot of fun, a lot of great stuff planned for you. Maybe even a couple cocktails, Elizabeth.
I
But first,
think so.
this is Today on NBC.
Summer Starts Today is sponsored by Wayfair. You've got just what I need.
And welcome back. We are marking the first day of summer out here on the plaza with furniture provided by our sponsor, Wayfair. And what better way to celebrate summer than some good, hardcore, entertaining outdoors? And hosting is easier when you've got the right recipes right at your fingertips. Today, contributor Elizabeth High School is here with some simple, affordable dishes to feed a crowd. Elizabeth, always good to have you.
Oh,
here.
honey, listen.
You light up the plaza.
Oh, my Lord, you're
when
so
here.
sweet.
You can celebrate anything. And it's your birthday today, if you don't mind me saying.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm going to tell you, Hoda and Jenna declared this the easy breezy summer.
Yeah.
That was it. Easy breezy summer. I did hard all year long last year. And I'm telling you, I'm not doing hard anymore.
Okay.
Not this summer.
All
so
right,
this
good
is
for you.
easy.
Easy breezy.
I'm telling you, the hardest thing I'm going to do is take off my sports bra after hot yoga.
Okay, that's a
all
lot of
I'm doing.
information,
That's
Elizabeth.
as hard as
I
it's
can't
going to
get that out of my head.
You're fine. It's
Okay.
fine. Now, this is a spring roll salad. So instead of having to roll it all up
Yep.
in those rice papers, that's hard. I'm not
Right.
doing hard.
Easy. What's the easy
We're just
version?
gonna mix it together,
Okay.
and then you're just gonna
Let's
eat
start
it
with
as
the
a
dressing.
salad. Let's start with that. So we have got a little bit of maple syrup.
Sure.
We have sesame oil, so it's all those Asian wonderful flavors.
Yep.
Rice wine vinegar.
Delicious.
We've got sriracha. We have peanut butter. We
Okay.
have garlic.
Yep.
And then we're just going to process this. Now, I already had carrots in there, so it's healthy too. I mean,
Yep.
you know, you're going to get some carrots. We're
Right?
getting.
A little protein.
Yeah,
Little
and
peanut
then
butter.
we're going to blend this until it gets smooth. We need our
Little soy sauce.
and we are good. So what we're going to do is put this in. We want to blend it until it's super smooth.
Okay.
And then we're going to get over here to all of our vegetables.
All right.
Now, we want to shred our cabbage really thinly. And then I'm going to show you a trick. This is life-changing. And you probably know because Siri's smart. She's a great
Al
cook.
Scared me. Uncle Al
Okay,
found
look.
his way to the margarita over there.
Look, watch.
Yep.
You don't have to go like this. No,
Right.
ma'am. Do you see?
You just, yeah.
Look at there. Look at there. Is
Yeah.
that not life-changing? Okay, now that's a different one.
Okay,
That's
all
a
right.
different guy.
Okay.
Anyway, so that we're going to add.
Hi, guys.
We've got all of our little
I
carrots.
love the cabbage.
are in
It's got
here.
the crunch. You have to have the cabbage.
And it's going to stay. So after we mix this up, it's going to be good for days.
What other herbs
So
are in
we
here? What
have-
other things
oh,
are?
it's all summer.
Summer.
It is the trifecta.
Yeah.
It's basil, cilantro, and mint.
I
It doesn't
could
get any better.
eat
We've got our
cilantro right
rice
up the vine.
niggles. We have a little bit of rotisserie chicken. We
Yep.
didn't even cook
This is
that.
delicious.
We didn't even cook it because that's hard, and I'm not doing it. And there is the edamame. And then we have our red peppers, our dressing. Honey,
honey tomato sandwiches.
Ooh, it's
Over
delicious.
here.
This is summer right here.
Yeah.
Take your time.
I'm gonna tell you, it's not summer until you've eaten a tomato sandwich,
is
and I mean,
delicious.
it's dripping down your arms. You know what I'm talking
Yes.
about? You gotta lean over the garbage can.
Sometimes you gotta just get out of Elizabeth's way.
Yeah.
Let her go.
Yeah.
Tell them about the tomatoes.
Okay, tomato sandwich. I brought these tomatoes all the way from home. Y'all, if you
beautiful.
could have seen
Yummy.
TSA, they were looking at it like they'd never seen a tomato. I said, let me tell you something. I said, it's a tomato, and if you would just put it back down,
Yeah, please.
I would appreciate it.
All good.
So we have our beautiful tomatoes. Look at that.
Oh,
Now
those
this
are
is the
fantastic.
key.
Salt, always.
Salt it.
A lot of salt.
Salt it and let it sit.
Crazy.
Oh,
Okay.
why is that?
Let it sit because that's going to get all that juiciness. It's going to draw out some
Rip
of the
down the
moisture.
arms.
It's also going to get into the tomato. The other thing I'll do sometimes, I'll take them because a tomato that's just off the vine that's warm, I'll take it and I'll just put it on the dashboard of my car. And I'll let it sit for a little while, let it warm up.
tomato?
Oh, good idea.
Yes, just let it warm up.
Do you
just a
refrigerate your
little.
tomatoes?
Hell no. Oh,
I don't
gosh.
think so.
Whoa! Hell no!
That's the
I
high
knew the
school.
answer.
That's the high school I know.
No, it's
Yeah,
the
never.
worst.
I
It
know.
is the death of the tomato.
Yeah.
It's the death of it. You
When
cannot
someone
put it in the
when someone
refrigerator.
cuts you off, do you ever grab the tomato and throw it at them?
That is yummy.
Oh,
So then here we go. We're
You let
gonna
your
make.
tomato get hotter than the
we're-
hinges of.
I do, baby. You gotta let it get hot. Now this is a fake homemade mayonnaise.
Okay.
Because making
Wow.
homemade mayonnaise can be hard, and you know what? I ain't doing hard. I'm not doing it.
Easy breezy.
We have our lemon. We have our Tony's or
So
any
good.
Cajun seasoning, and then we also have basil. We mix that up. And I like to do these for an hors d'oeuvre for parties, you
Yeah,
know?
so pretty.
Oh, yes.
And so it's just a one-bite sandwich. We did a catered event and had, I'm talking lobster salad in bowls this
what's
big.
the margarita?
We had a caviar. I forgot.
And these went,
Mar-
right?
You know what?
Yes,
It's gonna
those
be
are the
online.
things that went.
Happy summer. Have an
This is
easy
like
breezy
happy
one.
summer.
Elizabeth.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
This morning on the third hour of Today, signs of hope. Rescuers report banging noises underwater inside that search area for the missing sub. We're live with the latest on the desperate race against time to find it. Plus, In She Made It, a match made in heaven.
I realized that the bridesmaids' dress shopping experience through time had not changed.
How two besties are making weddings less stressful and more special. Then later, Dermot Mulroney live in studio spilling some secrets about his brand new Marvel superhero series. Or will he? And in Today Food, it's a TV dinner. We're cooking up the flavorful chicken recipe that earned high praise on the British baking show. Today, Wednesday, June 21st, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third hour of Today, or as we like to say around here, Hump Day.
Do I have to say it? Is that initiation?
Yes.
Hump day.
There you go. I'm Al, along with Janelle and our pal Savannah Sellers. is here.
Savannah.
Dylan's off.
Hey.
That's right.
Thanks for having me.
Dylan's off. Craig is on assignment. We're going to check in with him in just a few minutes. And at 10:57 a.m. Eastern Time.
All right.
It is summer, the summer solstice, the first official day of summer. Normally, Dylan does her little explanation.
Yeah, she has oranges.
She got an orange or a grapefruit or something. But since she's off, we'll have to just.
Oh, you're not going to pick up.
No, we'll do the.
Right.
Well, plus we don't get to change
That's
the.
true.
I know.
The back wall.
But officially today is the official start of summer.
Yes, that's right.
I know.
Summer solstice.
Might have felt like it, but not yet.
And we got the autumnal equinox. Dylan will take care of that then. Of course, very busy morning, and we're going to start with the story that everybody around the world is watching closely. Hopefully, possible signs of hope in the search for that missing sub with 5 folks on board, disappearing thousands of feet below the surface while on tour of the iconic Titanic wreckage. NBC's Tom Costello has been there from the very beginning following this story. He is live in Boston with the latest. Tom, there's just everybody is so concerned about this.
Yeah, we are at Coast Guard Command here in Boston, Al, and the news from the Coast Guard is that a Canadian P-3 plane that dropped a surveillance buoy into the water claims to have picked up some tapping or banging inside the water. We don't know if it's tapping from inside the sub, if it's some other source of audio underwater. We simply don't know. But the Canadians and the U.S. Coast Guard have now rushed even more assets into the search zone. More ships, underwater drones, redirected some underwater ROVs, as well as planes in the air. Here's the challenge, though. If they do, in fact, identify the sub and find it, how are they going to get those people out? There's only one way. They've got to lift the whole sub up and out of the water, so they're rushing salvage equipment to the scene. Can they get there in time? And we now know that there is less than 24 hours of air inside that sub.
A glimmer of hope this morning in the desperate search for that private sub in the North Atlantic. The U.S. Coast Guard says a Canadian aircraft using sonar buoys to try to locate that minivan-sized vessel detected underwater noises in the search area. And overnight, multiple reports suggest banging was heard at 30-minute intervals. That according to an internal government update on the search. 4 hours later, banging was still heard, the memo said, and it was unclear if those were the same noises detected by the sonar buoys. NBC News has reached out to the government authorities, but so far has not verified the documents. The sub and its 5 passengers disappeared Sunday near the wreck site of the Titanic. And with less than a day's worth of air, locating that vessel is a critical first step. But at a depth of 2.5 miles, it will require specialized equipment to reach and potentially bring the vessel back to the surface.
Will the U.S. Navy or the Canadian Navy be able to get salvage equipment on time before the air runs out?
What I can tell you is there is a full court press effort to get equipment on scene as quickly as we can.
Among those on board, Ocean Gate founder Stockton Rush was piloting the sub. This past year, he talked about the risk of diving to the Titanic.
At some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything. At some point, you're going to take some risk.
Also on board, British businessman Shahzada Dawood and his son Suleiman, as well as Frenchman Paul-Henri Nogelet and billionaire Hamish Harding. The Explorers Club, a group that Harding founded, said overnight, "We understand that likely signs of life have been detected at the site."
We're hopeful. It's a dangerous situation. There's no light. It's completely black. It's freezing cold down there.
But safety has been in the spotlight, with the passenger last November saying a waiver mentioned the sub had not been approved or certified by any regulatory body. And experts point out the sub can only be opened from the outside.
The clock is ticking for them. That clock ticks whether they're floating on the surface or whether they're on the bottom alive.
If it is floating on the surface, they haven't found it yet. That's why they're very concerned here. And again, less than 24 hours of air. A couple of headlines for you. We have a crew right now in St. John's, Newfoundland. They report that an icebreaker left this morning to head back out to the search zone. More resources heading in. A French naval ship is en route with a deep dive submersible capable of getting down to that depth. We don't know how long it's going to take for that French ship to get on site. Also, NBC News has reviewed legal documents from a lawsuit in 2018 in which an employee raised concerns with the company that this vessel wasn't qualified, wasn't certified to go that deep. That lawsuit was settled. And lastly, the New York Times reporting 36 experts in this field have concerns and have raised those concerns about potentially catastrophic problems with this sub and its design. A lot of headlines. Guys, back to you. Again, the clock is ticking. Back to you.
Hey, Tom, really quickly, you talked about them rushing salvage equipment to the scene. Is that salvage equipment, has it ever been able to salvage something that deep?
Well, so that's a very good question. I don't have the answer. We can tell you that Air Force C-17s picked that equipment up in Buffalo, New York yesterday, then rushed it up to Canada to then get on a ship and go out to the site. Getting from St. John's out to the site is at least a 20-hour ship ride, at least. In some cases, the ship may take longer. So it's not fast, right? And keep in mind, we're now under 24 hours of air in that sub. Everything right now is down to the millisecond in terms of trying to effect a rescue if they can find the sub.
All right, Tom Costello, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Tom. Well, now to another story that received international attention. The case against Alec Murdaugh, the once powerful South Carolina attorney, now a convicted murderer.
A jury found him guilty of killing his wife and son. And in an NBC News exclusive, Craig sat down with Judge Clifton Newman, who presided over the closely watched trial. And Craig is live in Columbia, South Carolina this morning. Craig, you've been covering this story from the very beginning. What was it like to sit down with Judge Newman and hearing his perspective?
You know, Chanel, good to see you. Good to see you, Savannah, Al. Judge Newman, Chanel, he's one of these guys who's very unassuming, and a lot of the praise that was heaped upon him during the trial itself was for his temperament. Calm, always cool. And that was the impression that I got when I sat down with him yesterday. He did not fully appreciate all of the attention that this trial was getting until a week or so into the trial. That was the impression that I got. And, you know, he's also presided over other high-profile cases, none, of course, as high-profile as this one.
So, Craig, in Murdaugh's sentencing, Judge Newman said something, everything he said really got a lot of attention, but specifically he said, I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the nighttime when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you. What did he say about that? Does he really believe that, you know, that he's haunted by his wife and son?
He does, Savannah. And what was fascinating about that is he shared this anecdote about being at his barber shop and this coming up during a barbershop debate, like what happens when you kill someone. And in the barbershop, they started talking about this notion that if you murder someone, they will haunt you in all of your days. What was also interesting is that the judge said he thought that the defense would waive sentencing immediately, that he would have some time to prepare a statement for the sentencing, which is somewhat customary. He didn't have that time. So everything we heard from him, everything we heard was off the cuff. It was extemporaneous. This is his answer when I asked that question.
I see every defendant and every case as being important and most times critical, a critical point in their lives. And it's one of the most important moments in my life, because I have to, make an account for what I do as well in my position. So in that moment in dealing with sentencing in that case, I want to look into the heart, see in the heart, get a feel what's in the soul of the defendant.
Judge Newman also went on to say, guys, you know, he's dealt with a lot of murder cases throughout his career, and he likes to give defendants an opportunity to say something, but he has yet to have a defendant admit guilt at sentencing. And he said that he has convinced himself over the course of his career that a lot of murderers convince themselves that they didn't do it, convince themselves that they're not capable of what they're accused of. We should also point out we'll have much more of my conversation with the judge coming up later this fall in a Dateline special.
All right.
It's fascinating.
Really interesting.
Absolutely. All right, Craig, thank you. And as he just mentioned, we'll certainly continue to follow the case. And as he said, you'll be able to see more of his interview with Judge Newman as part of a Dateline special that'll air a little later this year.
All right, going to switching gears now. We're going to dive into summer on our series By the Numbers. We'll talk travel, summer, blockbusters, and turn up the heat with a little quiz. Third hour today. I'll be right back. As we mentioned today, first official day of summer. We're breaking down the season by the numbers here with everything we need to know to have some fun in the sun. NBC News business and data reporter and the strongest sneaker game in
I got the J's on today. I got the J's on today. Oh, we're trying to match out here.
Unbelievable. Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so point A to point B, a little cheaper if you're driving this year.
Yeah, look, great news when it comes to travel. So it's getting cheaper across the board. So $1.43, that's the year-over-year gas savings that you're going to have per gallon according to AAA. And by the way, airfares are down as well,
Really?
13% year over year. Expedia says the August flight savings, if you're booking in that month, $125. Of course, it depends on your route, but that's really great news. And then even if you're driving, car and truck rentals are down 13%. So
Wow, that's
really
good
great
news
for those summer travelers.
Okay, so your summer, you're looking at weather. You've got some weather numbers?
Yeah, so, all right, I'm going to try to quiz you here.
Ooh,
Let's see
this'll
how
be
this
good.
goes, okay?
Uh-oh, pressure.
93, the average 100-degree days in what city, Al?
Either going to go
Let's get
Dallas
the
or Phoenix.
quiz show music, yeah.
Phoenix.
Phoenix, that is correct.
Oh,
that is correct. Okay, no, but I got some other ones to stump you here, okay? The highest temperature and the lowest temperatures logged this weekend. So it's a hot summer, but 117 degrees in what city?
Okay, it was somewhere. Well, it was somewhere in Texas.
It was somewhere in Texas.
Somewhere
That's
in
right.
Texas,
Yeah.
and then the lowest temperature. I'm going to go North Dakota.
Okay, so Montana. So not too far. 117 degrees specifically in Falcon Lake, Texas, along the Rio Grande. Okay. And then Avara, Montana, close to that is, I think, Missoula. Missoula. So hey, you got it.
Love
You got it.
Missoula.
Turns out the weather guy, he's got
First
it.
of all, I was like, he doesn't even get multiple choice, Brian. You just have to like name it
We'll
random.
get the panels
My
going
goodness.
next time.
All right, let's talk about some numbers associated with summer fun.
Yep. So 800,000, this is actually the amount of attendees for a music festival that's not Coachella. Wow. I thought it was going to be Coachella. That's the highest attended festival. It's Summerfest in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, that's a great music festival.
Yes, it's 3 weekends, so it's a bit larger in scale, but 800,000 people attend that, and a lot of other summer fun I've got for you as well.
Okay.
424 national parks to attend. And by the way, for those that have pools outside, if you're just staying at home.
78?
78 degrees. It seems a little...
My wife won't get in
You
if it's under. If it's not under.
I've
if it's
tried.
not over. If it's 90, it's got to be 90.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
I
not hot
lose-
tub.
No, we're at like 72.
72. Well, you want it cool, but this is what they say is energy efficient. So that's just a guideline, of course.
Man,
Change it
you're-
to however you
you're
want
toughening
it.
those
And
kids
then-
up.
According to
I
who?
like it.
No, I don't like it. It's just my husband's bossy.
And look, just two quick tips. Two quick tips. We're not going to unpack that one.
Okay.
SPF 30, you want to put that on 15 minutes ahead. And then ice cream, $5.80 for a half gallon. It is a little bit more expensive. By the way, I saw the bracket from earlier
I
today.
know.
What is going on there?
I know.
Taco Taco. Taco Taco.
No, ice cream sandwich versus
Ice cream
drumstick.
sandwich is up there, too. Ice cream
Yeah,
sandwich.
that's the last one.
What's
All
up,
right, summer movies, blockbusters. It means
Yes.
it's summertime. What should we know about this one?
Yeah, well, $10.45. That's the average movie ticket right now, according to the numbers, and that is getting more expensive. But look, of course, it's going to be more expensive if you're doing the 4D or those
or those
types
ones
of
where they serve you.
Yeah,
have
or the
wine
ones
while
here
you
in
watch.
Manhattan. Those
Yeah.
are like
gosh.
25,
forget
30
it.
bucks. But
It's
anyway,
like triple
then
that.
you also have to add on the $8 for popcorn, the $6 for soda. I like to just try to I wear cargo pants. So I just like, slip a few boxes
some
of
milk
candy.
duds
Oh
in
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Search you
I've got
wear.
some tips.
By
I've
the
got
way,
some tips.
to save some money,
Yes.
if you're 50, Join AARP. You've got that movie discount.
I don't know if I could get the senior discount on, but it's a good.
You can save the cost of the popcorn right there.
Crazy.
And then lastly here, I've got, so Jaws debuted in 1975. So, that's obviously the biggest summer blockbuster, but that folds into our final number here, the big number, which I've got for you, which is the number 3.
Okay.
Now, the number 3 is the third part of the trilogy for Guardians of the Galaxy, which is the top-grossing summer movie so far this summer. So for people that love those Marvel movies, that is the banger of the summer
That's
so
right.
far.
And we still have Indiana Jones to come.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. It is early in the summer.
Yeah,
Thank you, Brian.
Take it.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Happy summer.
Oh, I'm keeping it hot out here.
How many do you have? We should do a by the numbers
I got like
on your
25.
sneakers.
We'll do one. We'll do
Brian Chung, by the numbers.
I love
25 pairs of sneakers.
When we come back, we are going to meet a couple who's sharing their incredible journey to becoming a family and their hope that more women get the chance to call themselves mom. And then later, and She Made It, 2 best friends making the bridesmaid experience more fun and less expensive. We'll be right back. All month long, we've been sharing meaningful stories from the LGBTQIA plus community for our series Pride is Universal. And this morning, we are going to meet a couple, Jenna and Jenna, who dreamed of having kids. They've been open about the highs and lows of their journey, and now they get to share how it feels to be called mom.
In our neighborhood, our community, our friends, our family, we're just the Jennas.
For partners Jenna Brookhauser, a psychologist, and Jenna Sarna, a nurse practitioner, the juggle of work and parenting keeps them busy.
Watching us be moms,
watching her just step up and own motherhood. Like, it's been really
I love
cool. Yeah, it's been really cool.
And they wouldn't have it any other way. The Jennas story started 12 years ago.
Back in 2011.
At a Pride parade.
Really? Yeah, Chicago Pride.
They got married in 2015. And before long, we're looking for ways to start a family.
So we wanted to do what's called reciprocal IVF, which means that it was my embryo that she's carrying and then her embryo that I was carrying.
Yeah, it was just very important. That way the baby could be part of me and a part of her in any way it could be.
The Jennas introduced us to their doctor, Asima Ahmad, a fertility expert and practicing reproductive endocrinologist.
How did you guys find her?
Through Fertility Centers of Illinois.
The funny part is how I met them. On the day of their egg retrieval, their rooms were across from each other, and they have the same name.
After 3 failed attempts and 1 miscarriage, JB and Jenna were concerned their dreams of having a family wouldn't come true. But they found ways to keep their spirits high, especially when it was time for the dreaded shots.
Alexa, play at 100. Pour some sugar on me.
I never knew it was coming, and I also...
Oh, you didn't like say 1, 2, 3?
No, that was
it would
beautiful.
change
I would
every
just-
night.
Still, for most, IVF can be a heavy financial burden.
That can be one of the biggest barriers for people who might not have had coverage like you two.
You think it's getting better, or is this something that we have to work on?
I think it's getting better, and I'm definitely working hard on that part. We're helping families get those financial benefits to cover fertility care.
But couples like the Jennas are determined to make it work.
So was it worth it? 100%.
Absolutely.
In July of 2021, JB gave birth to their first baby, their daughter, Bo.
I thought it was an amazing journey. I mean, I felt a piece of her the whole time when I was going through it.
And just watching my baby grow inside of my wife was amazing.
And now it's nearly time for Jenna to deliver, this time JB's biological child.
Just got into my 3rd trimester.
I remember when I was pregnant, you have all these questions.
I mean, those are all my thoughts right now. What's it gonna look like? What's his personality gonna be like?
Through it all, the Jennas are grateful for the support from their community.
There are couples who are still afraid. They're afraid to have a child in a world where they're not sure whether that child will be accepted.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot and kind of how we'll manage it and handle it.
And it's been great. Like for Mother's Day, she made both of us a Mother's Day card. I don't think the teachers knew how meaningful that was because it was really awesome.
What do you want people to take away from your journey?
There's no boundaries to making a family.
And it's worth it.
Love that.
Lovely ladies. Now, I should note that Dr. Ahmad is co-founder of Carrot. It's a company that helps people get access to fertility coverage. She says folks should be able to get these benefits the way most of us have access to dental and vision as a standard add-on option to our health plan. And as for the Jennas, baby number 2 is due in just a few short weeks.
I love the Jennas.
Yeah.
So
congratulations to them.
What a great story. All right, well, still to come, a wedding day edition of She Made It, the company making it more fun to say I do to being a bridesmaid. And then later, Dermot Mulroney is live to finally talk about his top secret role in the newest Marvel series. We will be right back.
He didn't bring his cello.
Welcome back. It is wedding season, and then in this morning's She Made It, 2 entrepreneurs who are determined to make the big day even more special. Today, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks met them. Jill and I have both almost been married a year. Can you believe that?
Oh,
I know.
Yes,
I know.
almost
Hi,
a
Jill.
year.
Good morning.
My husband is loving every second of it. I'm sure you're
Same,
there.
exactly.
Also, now, I didn't have bridesmaids, but for those of you who do, or will, I caught up with 2 best friends who are also business partners, a match made in heaven. Their company, Bertie Gray, started off making affordable bridesmaids dresses, but has expanded into so much more.
It's so nice to have a friend when things are great and when things are awful, because we have each other to lean on in the hard times, and that's so important.
For better or worse, Grace Lee and Monica Ashour have been best friends for years.
We met in our 20s in New York City. We instantly became friends, and then it was like every Sunday brunch with Grace and Juan, and never in our wildest dreams did we think that we would start a company together, but look at us now.
That company, Bertie Gray, known for its $99 bridesmaid's dress, selling directly to consumers online. It all started with Grace, who spent more than a decade working in fashion and beauty before launching the business in 2017.
Tell me how the idea came about.
I had been a bridesmaid 6 times, the first time in my 20s when I was living in New York City, completely broke. And I realized that the bridesmaid's dress shopping experience through time had not changed. It was still very painful to buy dresses. It was still very much a brick and mortar experience. What I really set out to do was bring affordable bridesmaids dresses online, making it flexible and really fun to shop.
With some financial help from her parents and siblings to take that initial plunge, Grace bootstrapped the operation, shipping dresses and fabric samples from her living room floor.
people want to see fabric swatches and colors before they buy the dress. And so we were cutting up real dresses to send out fabric swatches. It was a very, very scrappy operation. I built the website on Shopify by myself. I'm not a developer. I had no knowledge of how to build a website. And so we were very, very scrappy in the first year.
After that first year, Grace popped the question to Monica, asking her to join the company.
Grace is extremely creative and she understands our target customer like the back of her hand. On the flip side, I feel like I'm kind of the person who thinks about a lot more about like the numbers and the strategy and the operations in the back. So I think that combination actually works really, really well.
To date, Bertie Gray has sold almost 1 million bridesmaid dresses. The dresses vary in silhouette to flatter a range of figures from extra small to 3X. Plus, they send customers 3 fabric swatches for free to help choose the perfect color. Over the years, Bertie Gray has added more products, including shoes, jewelry, bridal party gifts, groomsmen accessories, and so much more. In 2021, Grace walked down the aisle herself, and her bridesmaids, including Monica, wore Bertie Gray, of course.
Our underlying value is friendship. It's like that most special day, often for a friend, and her asking me to be a bridesmaid is sort of the biggest honor.
So what advice do you have for women out there who have an idea and have a best friend who also has an idea and wants to start a business?
I say go for it. I think it's really important to be very clear with your partner who's going to own what piece. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Mon and I, like our dynamic really works because there's not any redundancy in what we bring to the table.
You can get really intimidated if you think about all the steps involved, like fundraising to setting up your supply chain. I think getting some proof of concept in a really scrappy bootleg way is a great way to learn a ton, learn about your customer, and to give you the confidence to then actually go out and raise money or do what you need to do to start building your team.
One bridesmaid at a time.
Exactly. Well, 6 bridesmaids at a time.
And Grace and Monica also realized that a lot of times bridesmaids' dresses are only worn once, although we have an example right here of ones that have been worn twice, so we'll talk about that in the next second. They also encourage their customers to donate their dresses to the Princess Project, which provides prom dresses for teens, and we love that. Terrific. And then we also have examples of some of their other products here, because as they said, they realize that once you get the dresses, the men need the ties, you want comfortable shoes and bow ties, so they've really nailed the market. But we were talking about everyone's bridesmaids. You said Deborah's bridesmaids wore their dresses again.
A couple of my sister and I think her friend Eugenia wore them again.
It's such a great idea. It's a new trend. I mean, when I got married, that wasn't the trend. So those dresses, that was a wrap. I mean, it was a one and it was beautiful, but it was like sash. I mean, it was old school. It's like 1982 called. But now, like at my sister's wedding, I think it might have been this company because I remember getting the swatches and we all thought it was so cool that you could, it wasn't as expensive.
Cool. Yeah. Right, and it's one dress that you can pick if somebody likes strapless or somebody likes halter.
And they're the same color.
Yeah, and I said then you throw on a leather jacket.
Yeah,
it works. So, or you could donate. So it's just a beautiful
great idea.
Yeah, and they're really expanding their business and really nice, kind, good, hardworking.
Yeah, they were awesome. All right,
they made it.
Thank you so much. That was so great.
Well, when we come back, Dermot Mulroney's here. He's going to talk about taking on the role of the president in his secret new show. Then later, we're spilling secrets in the kitchen when we find out how to make the chicken dish that earned praise on the Great British Baking Show. Third hour of today, we'll be back in a jiff.
In a jiff? Our next guest has been entertaining us for decades. Dermot Mulroney cemented his rom-com status with one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yes.
In the American classic, My Best Friend's Wedding.
Also, The Wedding Date. We were talking about a bunch of them. It's so great. Well, now Dermot is making the leap into the Marvel Universe, playing the president, in the new series Secret Invasion.
So the Earth is being invaded by shape-shifting aliens, and Agent Fury, of course, played by Samuel L. Jackson, is missing.
Agent Fury is building out the most complex aerospace defense system in the history of mankind. Can't just leave.
No, I agree, sir. And unfortunately, we also intercepted an encrypted message from Agent Hill to Agent Fury. We haven't been able to decode it yet, but we know they're old friends. Given the fact that I could reach neither Agent Hill nor Agent Fury, they're effectively AWOL.
Deal with it.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I know,
Well,
right?
you know, that's the first I've seen that.
Is
Can I
it
be honest
really?
with you?
Really?
Yeah, well, Marvel's really tight on their
that's-
security.
oh, I know.
And Miss, if I can get her name right, Miss Kenzie really tried last night on the password thing.
Oh, I know.
You have to organize
I went
yourself
through
to
it
some
too.
authenticator.
Oh, yeah.
And I failed.
Yeah, no, we
That
can
was
relate.
the whole plan for the night, was to watch these 2 episodes. So, gosh,
Wasn't that
that's a
good?
scene with
Yeah.
the great Don Cheadle. I was so incredibly blessed to be working with him.
So cool.
So, I mean, it's an amazing cast, and we've had cast members on from the Marvel Cinematic Universe before. We can't get anything out of them. So what can you tell us about the storyline of Secret
Don't
Invasion?
set him up that way.
No, I'm just going to be right
I
up
was
front.
trying to deliver for you, man. I was like, Al really needs me to watch this. So I tried really more than an hour in the thing and on the helpline and everything. So
Not the helpline.
for real. And like I said, she was really helpful, except then she left it up to me.
The struggle is real.
And the struggle is real.
yeah.
And it turns out Secret Invasion is actually really
It's a secret.
I love that. Okay, well, speaking of secrets, the last time you were on the third hour, we did the same thing.
Yeah, we
trying to
tried.
get you to spill the beans. So take a look at what happened.
Some of the things that you read on the internet are true, and some of them aren't.
So you're saying it's true?
No, I'm saying if it's written down, then there's either truth in it or it's a marvelous question.
Are you going to be in Secret Invasion?
Again, it's a marvelous question.
I look forward to seeing you in Marvel's Secret Invasion.
What?
I love that.
But you dropped Marvel.
Well, apparently it was this Marvel sleuth that figured it out.
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
were part of this project
In a wild way.
How bizarre.
That's how I understand that this happened. So the few scenes that they shot outdoors, and this is in England where the story takes place, but someone had captured a fan photo from remotely. Over time, they ended up going through. This is what I think happened, and they zoomed in and they find a prop. It's a newspaper that shows me as the president of the United States. So long before Marvel had announced it, one of those fans really did their job out there and discovered that I was included. There's a shot shaking hands with Don Cheadle. He's the national security advisor. You know, he's a superhero. I'm just the president.
Just president.
And you were like, I promise I didn't spill the beans.
I didn't, but I think that's half of the fun in some ways.
Sure.
Certainly for the fans to try and get ahead of the release and stuff. So whoever that is, he, she, or other,
I love it.
I guess I'm
fun.
grateful,
Yeah.
but be careful. They're watching you.
Exactly. Got some hype, though. All right. Well, this is the first time you're acting in a Marvel production, but it's actually not the first time you've been part of one. We understand you. I want to let you say what you've done on some Spider-Man soundtracks. This is so cool.
Well, I play cello in the scoring orchestras for Maestro Michael Giacchino, who's our great American composer and a friend of mine. So I've been asked over the years, probably the last 15 years, I've played on 20 soundtracks or so.
Wow.
So, scoring orchestra. I sit in the back of the cello section and get paid as a union musician.
Awesome.
So it's incredible. My mom, who's watching today, hi Mom, is responsible for driving me to all those cello lessons all those years. So
And now we have a Renaissance man.
That's right.
It's an amazing thing, though, to have these
Thanks for bringing that up. So nice.
these two different creative outlets.
So blessed,
do
Al.
they help each one? Does being an actor help you be a better cellist and vice versa?
Well, I know I'm a more rigorous actor because of how you have to learn a musical instrument. And I've seen that with other actors too, in that you break the thing down to a small part and you master that and you move on. Before you know it, you have the whole line learned, or you can play it. So if you do that with dialogue, or if you do that in breaking down a character or script, and just take little bits at a time. I know I maintain that mentality, but of course, memory plays in both,
Sure.
and the only thing I'd say, the difference is that in order to play an instrument as well as this, the amount of time that you need to sit behind. It's a lot different than studying, reading. So much time you can't count as an actor because it's just brain time. It's just imagination. Well, that's the way I look at it. But so blessed to have these two things that carried over from my youth too. I never expected, especially the cello. So I'm so grateful, especially
Well, Dermot,
music,
you know, it's
as expressive as it is.
It's National Selfie Day.
Oh, you just joined Instagram a few months ago, right?
I got a selfie of me
yeah, we
on
saw
your TV show.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Oh, look, we've got a liar. Look at that.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, wow, so
All
are you
right.
going to post us now that you're new to Instagram?
I guess.
Are you new to Insta? A few months ago, right? Top of the
Yeah,
year?
a few months ago,
Yeah.
top of the
Yeah.
year, when Scream was coming out,
Yeah.
they pretty much said,
I'll airdrop this to you.
Yeah.
yes, please. Because if you did it by text, I'd be like, Al,
He's
when
out.
can we hang
He's
out?
out.
Hey, Al, what are you doing this weekend? So just
And he's the
airdrop.
president, for gosh sake.
Yeah.
Dermot, thank you so much. Secret Invasion with Dermot Mulroney. He can admit it now.
Yes.
It premieres today on Disney+.
I love it. All right, coming up next, we are headed to the kitchen to share a chicken dinner that Chef Cristel Pereira calls a little bit of magic. Come have some dinner with us at 9 a.m.
Stick around.
We'll find out why when we come right back.
Abracadabra.
This morning on Today Food, we have a special guest from across the pond. Cristel Pereira was a top finalist on season 12 of the Great British Baking Show. And her cookbook, it's called Flavor Kitchen, showcases some of the recipes from the show. And she is here to share one of them with you. Good morning to you, Cristel.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you. Actually, yesterday was publication day. So
Oh, yeah?
Very exciting. So it's out on shelves. Yeah,
I love
very,
that.
very exciting.
All right, so you're making a pickle chicken curry, which is so delicious. I heard, by the way, you earned a coveted handshake from Paul Hollywood.
I did. It was very dramatic, very emotional. I actually don't even remember it because it was just such a euphoric moment. So I'm glad it was
Look
filmed.
at this. You like lost your...
I lost feeling in my legs. It was
That's
a lot.
what I would do if Beyonce shook my hand. Other than
Basically,
that,
yeah. I think Paul Hollywood is my version of Beyonce, basically.
Great.
We're Janet.
Exactly. So how do we do it?
Yeah, so it's full of lovely flavors. It's really simple to make, actually, and I think curries can be very daunting because there's usually lots of spices, but this one is really simple. Now, the base of any curry starts with onions, so all we're going to do is thinly slice them.
You're doing all that by hand?
Rob, yeah, you do it by hand, but
You don't do it by machine.
I mean, you like throw it in someone.
But this one, you're not even going to dice it. All you're doing is slice
that looks.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
But that's
It's
what it
perfect.
is. And the only thing I'll say with onions, because there's so few ingredients, we want to make sure we really get the most out of every ingredient in here. So with onions, you really want to persevere and you want to cook them down in a bit of coconut oil. And actually,
I was just about to ask you that.
a pinch of salt, because salt actually helps to brown your onions faster because it releases some of the moisture. And you want to persevere. I would say cook these down for about 35 minutes.
Oh, so keep it low, don't burn.
Low and slow, and that is
Low
going
and slow.
to. And it sounds like a long time, but it's going to transform your dish because they become mellow, they're sweeter. And with any curry, caramelized onions just really, really changes the flavor of your
I'm
dish.
here for the mellow onions.
Yes,
Cristel.
love a mellow onion.
All right.
So once you cook them down, you'll end up with this, your mellow onions.
Yes.
And this is basically the start of the flavor base of your dish. So now we're going to add in our spices.
Okay.
So we've got Kashmiri chili powder, so that goes in.
If you can't
We've
get
got
that, what
regular
do you
chili powder's
Oh,
fine.
really?
Honestly, yeah, I'm not a food snob. Honestly, any chili powder you can get your hands on.
Okay.
I like
Okay,
Kashmiri
fine.
chili powder because it's a really vibrant red.
Okay.
So we've got Kashmiri chili powder, minced garlic, and coriander powder. That's That's it. That's all your spices.
Wow.
So usually with a curry, there's loads of spices going in. Literally just chili powder, coriander powder, and a bit of garlic.
Okay.
Really important to fry off your spices because you really want the oils in those spices to bloom.
So you didn't put anything. Where'd you put at the base of it, the bottom?
So that's just the onions that's been cooking in the coconut oil.
Got it.
And that's going to cook in that residual oil. It's going to bloom. The spices are going to become lovely and fragrant.
We only have a minute.
So we're now going to add in our chicken.
Okay.
These are chicken thighs.
Yes.
Always use chicken thighs.
Favorite thing.
Yes, I'm so glad you agree with me because chicken thighs have got so much more flavour. They're juicy, really hard to overcook. They're cheaper than chicken breasts. So I always cook with chicken thighs.
Wow.
I'm glad you're a chicken thigh guy.
All right, so we have 42 seconds left.
Perfect. So now our chicken. Well, probably do.
Yeah.
Our chicken is nice and brown. So now we've got our diced sweet potatoes. They're going in. Now we're going to add these in raw because we want them to soak up all of the juices in the curry. So you add in your sweet potato, and then this is where it gets interesting.
Okay.
We've got vinegar. This is apple cider vinegar. You can use any vinegar, and that's what makes it a pickled chicken curry. It gives it that pickled flavour.
Oh.
You would think vinegar makes it sour, but then we've got tomato ketchup.
Oh, my God.
Which,
Good old ketchup?
Good old ketchup, and it sounds so unconventional, but that
so
paired
good.
with the vinegar,
really so good.
it creates a sweetness to counteract the sourness, and then you want to put the lid on, and you want to cook this down for about 25 to 30 minutes.
And the potatoes will cook?
The potatoes cook, they soak up all that lovely flavour. They become mellow, soft, and then you end up with your curry.
And it's beautiful to look
and
at.
it's so simple, it's so easy, and it's a really good one. It's a one-pot wonder. Everything goes in one pan. You cook it down, you don't have to cook anything separately.
Thank you,
And it has so much
Kudos
flavour.
on the nails dress combo.
Do you know what? I didn't do it on purpose, but I'll take it.
Yeah, she woke up like that.
So cute.
So thank you so much.
Thank you for having
So
me.
good, a one-pot wonder. For this
Oh,
recipe,
amazing.
just head to today.com/food. I'm talking with my mouth.
Congrats
full.
on the
I'm so
book.
sorry.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Thank you very much.
Al's up here making a mess.
Yeah, he is.
Savannah, thank you for being
Thank you
here.
for having me.
She's back Friday.
Yes,
I am. I'm here Friday.
All right, we have another big show tomorrow. Music star Kylie Minogue is live.
That's right. And up next on Hoda and Jenna, one of the stars of And Just Like That, Evan Handler.
Have a great day, everybody. See you tomorrow. Mwah.
Today, Sex and the City fan favorite Evan Handler dishes on the new season of And Just Like That. Plus, summer-proof beauty to keep your makeup from melting away in the heat. And music superstar Missy Elliott on the cover of Essence, opening up about her mental health, how she's found strength, and what she says we can all do to uplift each other.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hey. Welcome. It is Wednesday, June the 21st, and not any average Wednesday.
Nope.
This is the very first day of summertime.
My favorite day of the year. It's the longest day of the year. That means you can spend your day outside doing a million things.
Oh my
You can
gosh.
go for a walk at 9 p.m. if you want.
Isn't that so crazy
I love
how
it.
the sun is still out? Because now when I go to bed early, and so do you.
Yes.
But it's so weird for it to be super, super
And what
bright.
about when you wake up at 4? This morning I thought I did not set my alarm.
Because it was bright
Because
when you woke up.
at 4:45 it was bright.
If I could live in any kind of like time period, it would be like I love this. I love the early mornings and the beautiful late nights.
Yeah,
we're
and
lit.
that kind of those part of the day, the glow hour. The glow hour.
Yes.
Both in the
Magic
morning
hour.
and
yes.
the evening.
By the way, if you want to take the best picture of anybody, they call it magic hour. It's when the sun is setting, when it's right about there, right, like in your eye line, and whoever's taking your picture for you stands right there. We used to shoot all of our Dateline stand-ups at magic hour. We'd sit there and wait until it was like.
Would you have like a
4:30.
cold one though?
Huh?
Yeah, you would. I know, it's so true. And it's funny because you would think you would want the sun behind you.
Mm-mm.
You want the sun
Yes,
on
you
your
want that
face.
warm, great glow. You will never have a better picture. If
It's
you're going
true.
to take one great picture this summer.
But do you know
magic
what's
hour.
so interesting? You can't get it off by an hour because
No.
if you do it 1 hour too early, the sun is very bright.
And if it's too late, you've missed it.
Yeah.
It's like it's got to be just about to drop, but not quite.
You know what my favorite thing to do in the summer is?
What?
Fireflies. Watch the fireflies.
Did you ever catch them when you were a kid?
And rub them on the sidewalk. No. Y'all never did that? Oh, don't make me feel bad.
No, I look. We did something that was even worse.
Oh gosh.
But I
You
was
put 'em in a
mainly-
jar?
Well, you put the holes in the jar like you were somehow, giving them air.
Oh.
But it wasn't really
No,
cool.
but never mind. I didn't do it, okay?
Are you gaslighting?
It wasn't me. It was my next door neighbor, Robin Oxford. I'm just kidding. Robin, it wasn't you either. But if you do, anyway, we didn't catch them, but we would just like to look at them now with my kids.
When you think about how magical, that's like such a basic thing in the summertime in some places.
Yeah, but how
to
magical
see
is it?
How awesome to imagine
Fireflies.
something lighting up in the night.
That is made by God,
It's crazy.
not man.
Is that crazy?
Oh, I love it.
So Missy Elliott is on the July
I
August
feel a little
cover of
bit gaslit
Essence.
by our crowd over there that claims they never put him on a sidewalk.
They didn't. They're telling the truth. You just gaslit them by saying, no, you didn't. You're the gaslighter.
Okay, let's go back to Missy Elliott. She does not gaslight anybody. Okay, she's on the July and August cover of Essence magazine. And later this year, she's going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, she's been amazing for so long and is so incredible.
I mean, it's kind of crazy she isn't already in it.
I know. You know this song. I would
Yes.
just crank it,
Me
work
too.
it. Okay, so she's opening up about her mental health and what she's learned over the years, and she says this. Even the biggest artist or just the regular everyday working person, we all go through stuff. We all do, and it's okay to say, hey, I'm not okay today.
It's true. And she added that we would keep a lot more people around if we were just honest about our struggles.
I think being honest is a really hard thing because the natural thing when someone says, how are you? You say fine.
Totally.
And then they say fine, and then you move on with your day. But when you're really honest about how you feel, because sometimes I'll say something to make someone feel better. Like, I don't want you to feel bad if I'm having a crummy day, so I'll say, oh, well, I'm good.
Yeah.
How's your day?
Yeah.
But then you realize, that when you're like that in that moment, I feel like it catches on everywhere.
Totally.
It's like, why were you late? Oh, well, I was on a phone call. Well, you really weren't on a phone call.
Yeah.
You were just
Like
talking to
if
your
you
friend.
tell the truth in the most basic form,
Yes,
it resonates
the smallest
in everything.
thing.
Yeah.
But I sort of feel like bringing all of your personal, woes, and we all have them, into everybody else's world, especially at work. I don't know how I feel about that. I think it's okay to have a bad day. It's just everyone shouldn't have a bad day because you're having a bad day.
Well, I think there's two ways to do it, right? There's being vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's so interesting because have you feel like you've changed? Because
Yes.
I do feel like you have always been the cheerleader and you are
Yes.
positive.
Yes.
But now it's not like,
No.
if something is up, you're going to be
I'll tell
honest
you.
about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
And
Yeah.
so therefore, it's like,
people can be gentle with you, you
Yes.
know, and
Yes.
give you grace and whatever it is.
Yes.
So I think
Yes.
it's one thing to just say, especially to your family, gosh, I'm for whatever reason, I'm just off, and it's not you.
It's not you. Yeah, because people think it is. And I think when it comes to emotions and stuff, like we all come into the workplace, I'm looking at everybody in our crew, everybody who's sitting in here probably has something.
Yeah.
Either their baby was up crying all night, like Mike's probably was, and he's in here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Or, you know, I don't know what happened with Photo Nate. He's in love, everything's happy, but maybe something happened.
Wow, I can't believe you just
but whatever.
dropped
No, but
that.
I'm just saying that everybody
Yeah.
has. Zach
Yeah.
had something.
Yeah.
Everybody has something.
Yes.
But you don't walk in and say, here's my thing. You go about your business.
Right.
Sorry, Nate. Hope I didn't. Anyway.
No, he wasn't relationship official, but now he is. It's fine.
She must already.
No, it's
she must
okay.
already. She must already know.
Oh,
anyway.
she probably knows.
Well,
but if she doesn't,
if she doesn't,
Hoda has
hey,
just
girl,
told the world.
hey. He says he's sweating.
Anyway,
but
so-
I do think that there is some of that
But
obviously
I do
has to
think that's
play.
sort of like that kind of mentality of just being tough and being so. And
That doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
No.
But I think
I like
and,
Missy Elliott's idea. You can be vulnerable
allowing vulnerability,
and be professional.
Totally,
Yeah, you can do both
totally.
things.
But I think what you're saying is you can't walk in here to anywhere, wherever you work, and be grumpy or rude
Right.
or snap.
There's moody.
Yeah.
Which is sorry, but.
And
not
then
everyone
later
needs to
saying, "Well,
feel-
I have a bad day." It's like you can lead with gentleness.
Yeah.
And say, "I'm
Yeah.
so sorry, guys. I was up all night."
And also, when someone is kind of cranky, and we've all been there, or we've judged people. The weirdest thing happened the other day, and it's a small thing, but I was walking down the street with my kids, and and we were the only people on the street. Me, my girls, and then these 4 people walked by, and one by one I said hi, and not one of them said hello. And I was
Wow.
like, so my kid said, "What was that?" I said, "Well, I'm not sure." So we walked around the town, and then we went into this little shop. It's like a shop that sells all kinds of cute little things. And we walked in, and we were looking through the sweatshirts and stuff, and the 4 people were there signing with each other. And Haley said, "Oh, they couldn't hear us." I said, "Yeah." So you don't know what someone's thing is. You know what I mean? It could be that. Or it could be that their mind is somewhere else. Or it could be that they lash out not because
Yeah.
of you. But I think
No, it has
sometimes
nothing
ever
to do with you. That's the headline.
It always does. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Yeah.
Zendaya's got a hot and steamy new
Oh,
movie
let's
coming
talk
out.
about it.
We cannot wait for this. It is called Challengers.
Okay, what happens?
Okay, just here it is. She plays a tennis prodigy. She finds herself caught in our favorite thing. It's a love triangle.
Everybody loves a love triangle.
Whoever says they don't is gaslighting. Okay, take a look.
Let's see.
You were incredible today.
Thank you.
I mean, it wasn't even like tennis. It was an entirely different game.
Hey, come hang out with us later.
Want me to come tuck you in?
No, we can just keep talking.
Going after the same girl?
Not as often as you think.
We usually have different types.
So you're saying I should be flattered?
Aren't you everybody's type?
Come here.
Which one of us? He's not in love with you.
What makes you think I want someone to be in love with me?
It's nice to see you lit up about something, even if it's my girlfriend.
Whoa. That was the first time for us seeing that.
Very first time we saw that.
We are lost for words.
We are.
Oh, that looks
We are.
very steamy. She's really beautiful.
She's gorgeous. Yeah.
Okay, we don't know what happened.
Challengers comes out on August the 11th.
Amazing.
All right, coming up next, you know that game we play where we have to guess what celeb or movie or music star.
All right,
which
I
is
think
that
I know the one you're talking about,
Yeah.
Hoda. You know that one that
Yeah.
we play. What's
Yeah.
the name of that again, right? Okay, we're going to play that right after this. Okay, you know when someone's name or a movie title is right on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't, what is it? Can't remember it.
It happens all
Yeah.
the time. So we wanted to have some fun in one of our new favorite games. What's the name of this game again? All right, and our host, our associate producer, Sean.
Sean, we only like
Sean.
it when you host.
Oh, well, thank you. So here's how the game will work. I will give a rambling assortment of vaguely informed clues as if I've forgotten the names of a celebrity, movie, whatever.
Okay.
And the first few to yell out the correct answer
Okay.
wins the point.
Okay.
First up, who's that singer who has that, like, umbrella song and
Rihanna!
makeup? Yes.
Damn it.
Rihanna.
Oh, darn it. Okay, continue.
Wow, Hoda's getting feisty in the beginning. Okay, next up. What's that movie? I love this movie where that guy pretends to be a teacher so he can be in like a band with kids and Joan Cusack.
Oh.
Great.
Wait,
Band of Rock.
What?
No, School of Rock. School of Rock.
Oh, Band of Rock.
I think I got it.
Yeah, Band of Rock is
Band
sort
of
of.
Rock.
I love that.
I love that movie.
The
We
best
can watch that with our
ever.
kids.
Yes. Next up, who's that guy who, I feel like I don't know if he is, but I feel like he's always in a three-piece suit and he has a mustache and he hosts that show, that game
Steve
show.
Harvey.
Yep, Steve Harvey.
Oh, good one. Good one.
If you had said mustache, it would have given it away.
Well, yeah. Okay, here's maybe a tougher one.
Okay.
What's that movie that Queen Latifah's in, Not the Last Holiday?
Dang it.
And I think she plays like an ex-con, and she moves into Steve Martin's house, and then she falls in love with the dad from Schitt's Creek.
She falls in love with
never
the
saw
dad
this
from
movie.
Schitt's
What is
Creek?
It's back from like the 2000s.
What is it?
It's not like taking down
She
the
falls
home.
in love
it's
with
like,
the dads of Schitt's Creek?
Stop saying that.
Yeah, we can only say it one
sorry.
time. We can only say one.
I'm
I don't know.
stuck
We
there.
don't know. We don't know. We didn't see it.
Show me bringing down the house.
Oh, yeah, I never saw
Wait,
that.
she falls in love with Eugene Levy?
Yes.
I love that.
It's
That's what an odd
doesn't really
couple.
hold up for a lot of reasons.
Okay.
Okay, next up, who's that woman who was on that great sitcom with the family and she was married to the older guy in it, but she's like young and gorgeous and has a great accent, but then in real life.
Oh, Modern Family. Her
Yes.
name is Sofia Vergara.
Yes. We're back on track.
Nice.
Okay.
Back on track.
Back.
All right, how about this song? It's like a great song. It's like one of those like great power emotional ballads. And it starts out real low. It's like,
Elvis?
no, but then it gets higher. It's a woman that sings it, and then it gets higher, and it's like,
Cher.
Oh, Whitney Houston.
No, it's not.
Cher.
It's, no.
Oh.
And she has a sister.
Celine. Oh, a sister.
She has a sister, Tamar.
Oh, Tony, don't
And the song
break
is?
my
No, it's not.
heart.
What's the
No.
actual song?
Yeah, that's it. Unbreak my
You
heart.
said don't break my
Well,
heart.
same thing.
It's the same thing. She gets it.
Fine. Last one.
Okay, good.
Well, excuse me. Who's that actress?
Yes.
She has the great voice, and she was in that old like movie musical, and now it's on
Christine Baranski.
No, now it's on Broadway,
Dreamgirls.
but the girl from Glee is in it.
Oh, Barbara Streisand.
Yes. So who won?
Do you know that Barbara Streisand has
Jenna won.
a book
Jenna
coming
won.
out?
Yes.
So Jenna, you won. So you've won this framed photo of. Oh, who's that guy?
Sean!
That
You.
hosts that show.
Oh,
that hosts the game on the 4th of
I've
July.
always wanted
the way,
this.
You can put it in your office.
Wait, what do you think Henry would say if I put this right by my
I
nightstand?
don't think I'm a threat to Henry.
All right, thank you.
We love you, Sean. You're the best.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
the
you.
best.
Coming up next, y'all, we love him as Charlotte's doting husband, Harry.
We are talking about Evan Handler, and he's got the scoop on season 2 of And Just Like That. Coming up right after this. Okay, of all the men who appeared on Sex and the City, we can definitely say everyone, we mean everyone, adores Harry Goldenblatt. And now, I gotta say, more than ever.
Yeah, for sure. That role is played by Evan Handler, who is back as Charlotte's husband in season 2 of Just Like That. And he's looking as dapper as ever. Check it out.
Okay. Dad thinks he's going with you to the Met.
What? Why would he think that? No, your daddy hates these kind of things.
Well, he just came home all excited about his outfit.
What outfit?
Cheerio, old chaps.
Honey, where'd you get that hat?
It matches yours, right? Am I right? After I saw your outfit, I went to this guy on Madison Avenue, and he is hooking me up. It's the Met Ball. I can't just wear a plain old tux.
Boom! Hey, we love. First of all,
I'm known for my top hat work. Long known for my top hat work.
By the way, this Harry Renaissance is taking over.
Yeah,
I mean, there are a lot of guys on Sex and the City, but you're like, everyone's on Team Harry, it seems like. How does that feel?
Well, it's great. I mean, the whole thing about Harry for me 20 years ago was that I was getting married to a non-American, non-Jewish, non-entertainment industry woman at the same time as I got married on Sex and the City to a non-Jewish, woman. And now we're the long-lasting couple. We're the long-lasting marriage, and I got that going at home as well, too. So it's great. It's great. It's a great duality. Yeah.
Okay, so 20 years ago, when you first got the role, is it true that when they were interviewing you, they knew they had you right when you guys mastered a romance scene?
I entered this world that I had never seen before. They'd already been going for, I think, 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this kind of worldwide phenomenon was new to me. Mm-hmm. And there were some, missteps along the way when I entered. And I think that there was a scene that they had me do where I think they were, has Evan the right guy? Is Evan not the right guy? And then there was the scene where Harry shows Charlotte the bachelor apartment, the zebra skin rug and the mirror over the bed, and I was swinging a keychain and chewing gum, and I felt like it was kind of an on-set audition in addition to the audition I'd originally done, and they were very happy with the way that scene went, and everything kind of settled down from there.
What was it like stepping back into the role again? Because we're going to have Kristen Davis on Friday, and she was just talking about what this was a part that she had to make sure she did. But what was it like for you? Was it like riding a bike?
It's 3 years later, so we're all just a little bit older.
Yeah.
That was a joke, because it's actually 20 years later. I think there's a lot of, I don't know about other people, but I think, I look in the mirror and I go, well, what am I going to look like compared to back then? And how's it going to go? And how are people going to respond to this? But the atmosphere is tremendous. I mean, Kristen and Sarah Jessica and Cynthia are just, besides being tremendous pros, they are welcoming and warm, and the set between takes, I mean, people are singing show tunes. I don't, because I don't know the lyrics, but they're hanging out, and it's very familial and a wonderful atmosphere. So it's a blessing. It's really just a wonderful, tremendous thing to have something that so many people love. I mean, who gets to have something that for decades, millions and tens of millions of people around the world want to see again and want to participate in? I feel so tremendously blessed to have been welcomed in and to get to be part of it again. It's amazing.
So you have teenage kids on the show.
Oh yes, okay.
But
I thought you were saying I have kids that I'm not aware of.
No. Well,
in the world,
I can't speak to that. But on the show, you're a dad of teenagers.
I'm a dad of teenagers.
In real life, you're a dad of teenagers.
I have a 16-year-old daughter, a gorgeous, beautiful 16-year-old daughter, talented, and it's again another fantastic duality between the on-screen and off-screen at home.
Well, you talked about the off-screen. Talk about your wife. She's from Italy. She's a chemist, right?
My wife is a chemist, a biochemist from Bologna, Italy, who now is the chair of the science division of West Los Angeles College.
Wow.
Like an 8,000 student college. And she turned to that about a decade ago from being a research scientist. Oh. And she loves teaching and loved teaching and became the chair of the division. So I'm married to a gorgeous and brilliant powerhouse who stumbled into this relationship with a guy like a New York stage and film and television actor So she's known as the person from her tiny town of Molinella, Italy, who moved to Hollywood because Los Angeles, everything is Hollywood to them there.
Oh my gosh, how amazing is that?
Amazing journey for her too, and also another area that I'm extremely blessed to have a beautiful, brilliant woman who can tolerate me leaving town for 6 months to make a television show.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna let you go, but before we do, because everybody does this.
What if I want to stay? Do I get
you
to
can
stay if I want to stay?
You can stay. We're going to do makeup, but okay, we always do this as women. I wonder, in real life, are you a Carrie, Charlotte, Miranda, or Samantha?
Oh, heck, I'm just a Harry. What can you know?
Just a Harry? We'll leave you as just a Harry.
Harry, thank you so much.
Evan.
Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate
You're always Harry to us. You're always Harry to us.
Season 2 of And Just Like That begins streaming tomorrow on Max.
Thank you. Thanks, Evan. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
Coming
you
up
both.
next, don't get beat by the heat. We've got the products to help you summer-proof your makeup coming up right after this.
Okay, we love everything about the start of summer, but one thing that's not so great is when your makeup literally melts off your face, and the word literally is okay there because it does.
Because it actually happened.
It does.
So we called up makeup artist Ashunta Sharif Kendricks. She has worked with superstars like Taraji P. Henson, Jennifer Hudson, Ava DuVernay, and she's here to share her tips and tricks that'll help you lock that look into place all day. First of all, you have been here so many times to the Today Show.
A million.
And now it is finally your turn to be on the show and not prepping someone for the show. So we're so happy you're here.
I'm excited to be here. I love you guys.
We love you too.
Okay, let's start with summer skincare.
Yes.
I hate to say it, but I break out the most in the summer.
Yes.
So how can we prep our skin for makeup before?
Well, I think a lot of people kind of avoid skincare in the summertime because they're afraid with the heat and humidity that they're going to have breakouts, but that's when you really need to get into your skincare. So we have this amazing Holler and Glow Chasing Rainbows mask on Ashley, our model here. And this mask takes 10 minutes. She can actually take it off now. She's had it on for about 10 minutes.
How amazing is that mask?
It's going to plump the skin. It's going to brighten the skin. It's going to give you that glow. But also exfoliating is super, super important. And we had Ashley actually exfoliate at home. We're going to have her take off that mask now. Using Theraderm. We just showed a before and after picture. And Theraderm is amazing. It's a fruit acid exfoliant. It's going to lift and shed off all that dull skin, brighten, has lactic acid. And exfoliating is really important. You know why? Because what you're just talking about, the buildup. You spend all this money on skincare products, and if you don't exfoliate, even in the summertime, 2 to 3 times a week, your skincare goes to waste.
Well, and it's so true. You're right, because it's like, especially for people that have to wear a lot of makeup.
You need to clean everything off. This is Shani Darden. She is the hottest thing in Hollywood right now. This is our hydration peptide cream. We're going to give this Ashley to Ashley so she can put it on. It's going to do everything you need. Lightweight moisture. Okay, that's what you need. That's what you need in the summertime. Lightweight moisture that's not going to clog the pores. It's going to build also lifting and brightening.
These are adorable.
Those are amazing.
Good summertime.
Now
on Kavita here,
Kavita.
we did light summer makeup. So
Okay.
we're just gonna basically build on this lip. We have our L'Oreal Glow Paradise Gloss. It's a balm. It has long
I like
pigmentation.
that.
That's beautiful.
It's soft.
It's got some color, but
like
it's
a
not.
little bit of color, but very,
Yeah.
very soft, very, very glowing, and great for summertime. Light
Beautiful.
comes in a million shades.
What
Yes.
about what foundation do you wear for a light summer look?
Wait, first you want to prime?
Yes, first you want to prime.
Yeah.
We used our Charlotte Tilbury Flawless
I love
Primer.
Charlotte
You gotta love
Tilbury,
this, right?
yeah.
Because it's doing everything for you. It's priming, it's plumping the skin.
Yeah.
It also is gonna lock in the moisture, but it's also gonna lock that makeup on and give you sunblock.
So it's clean face, moisturizer, and then the primer.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then what's a good foundation?
So this is from KVD, okay, Good Apple Serum Foundation. I love that. I just discovered this product.
Okay.
It's phenomenal. It's very, very lightweight. It's going to give you buildable to full coverage. Like you can literally get full coverage, but feels skin-like on
Yeah,
the
I
skin.
like that.
Very, very lightweight
Yeah.
and great for heat.
And how do you pop those cheeks?
Oh, that's easy. We got that in the pocket. Okay, we've got the
In the
product.
pocket.
In the
So in the pocket, we have what we call this.
Wait, I have never seen this.
So this is from me. This is Lashunta Sharif Beauty.
Oh, wait, I need to see. Hit it,
Okay.
girl.
All right. This is Therma
It
Blush.
looks clear.
It's
So,
clear.
okay.
We're gonna put it on. We're gonna
Wait,
put it on.
grab it.
Okay.
Look what's happening.
Look at what's happening.
Look what's
Look
happening.
At the cheek. Look at the
Wait,
cheek.
what are you talking about?
Okay, so
In
this
her
is
pocket.
yep.
Are
So
you a
this works.
genius?
So this works with your actual body's chemistry.
Wait, I want a
Everyone.
little.
Oh, you want a little? Let's
Yeah.
do a little on you. Okay, let's do it. You can do it
This
right
is
to
like
you.
magic.
It's like a magic trick.
Yes. And it can be used on the lips as well as the cheeks. But look at that. It's going to give a glow.
You're gonna love it.
It's waterproof, water resistant,
Okay,
going to
come
last.
down.
All right,
Down.
moving
Let's
down
finish
the aisle.
Yes.
Okay, now we have Ashley, and we're going to waterproof her makeup.
Okay.
Okay, she also has KVD Good Serum on, but she also has the Mod Con balm, which is amazing for light contouring. Contouring is still in.
Oh, it is?
It is, but lightly.
Okay.
And this is gel finish, so it's very like water-like, and it's going to give you the dimensions and the depth that you want. But this product is fantastic. This is from Sochi Beauty.
Now, this is waterproof.
Yeah, this is
All this is
yes,
good
all
for
of this is
But
waterproof.
now, waterproof mascara.
How do you get it off?
How do you need micellar water. You need a micellar water to get it off. But I want to go back to this because this is made by 4 college students. Okay, and it's a refillable tube. Basically, you do like this.
Good for the environment.
Okay.
Good
So
for the
you save
environment.
50% on the environment. All right, we'll just throw this down. Now let's get to the waterproofing.
Okay.
All right, we have Gleam
We'll
from
just
Melody
have a
Mills.
couple of seconds.
Okay, but basically, we're going to spray her face. She's already been waterproof. Let me come around to the front. Couple of seconds, you guys gonna wait.
Weather sensitive hair. I'm
can wait.
protecting the
Okay,
hair.
ready? We're gonna shoot it on water, and then we're going to
Dab, dab, dab.
Isn't that crazy that protects the makeup?
Yes.
It didn't come off?
Nothing comes. I mean, a little bit because she's a little oily, but
Yeah.
it's still pretty much
Can we
waterproof
just
and
say
locked
something?
on.
Let's just pause for a minute. You did a fantastic job.
Thank
I
you.
want to mark this.
It's a lot of products.
You did it.
I would love to come back.
Your
Congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
We get why Taraji, everyone's
yeah,
calling you.
Ava,
We
it makes
understand.
total sense.
All right, you
Thank
can
you
check out
guys.
these products at today.com/shop.
Up next, summer's here, y'all, and we've got all the outdoor living essentials you'll need right after this.
That was a lot of
All right, now that the warm weather is here to stay, it is the perfect excuse to spend as much time as possible outside. So, if You want to create a really comfy and inviting outdoor space.
You know, it's a great time to bring the indoor outdoor. So here with some summer essentials is Women's Day editor-in-chief and author of Your Fully Charged Life, Megan Murphy.
Megan, first of all, happy first day of summer. It's so exciting. Okay, so we want to take what we have and kind of spruce it up a little. And sometimes light is a way to change the game.
Yes,
isn't
we
it?
want your backyard to feel like a vacation. We want this instant oasis, and lighting is the trick.
Yes.
Right? So outdoor string lights.
I love those.
They
How
create instant ambiance. These are from Hampton Bay, from Home Depot. I leave mine out year round. They're super
they won't
durable.
freeze?
No, the LED bulbs are long lasting.
Yeah.
I have had mine out for a year. This is a top tested strand from Home Depot, under $50 a strand. I leave them out all year
Changes
long.
the vibe.
I know we need some of those.
Yeah.
Okay, we also love, as I said, to bring some of the indoor out.
Yeah.
And one way to
That's
do
the
that
key.
are some cute pillows and rugs.
So here's the thing. Yes, we want to bring the inside out, but I'm not telling you to roll up your wool rug and like set it up outdoors. You want things that are outdoor specific.
Okay.
This rug is from Front Gate, which is one of my go-tos for backyard essentials.
Okay.
It's really, really durable. It's meant to withstand the elements, and it just defines the space. Like, it really feels like we're in a living room, but yet we're outside.
So would you take this in and out during the winter, or leave it out?
Could, depending on where. On the East Coast, you might want to roll it up in the snow,
Snows,
but it's very, very durable. It's meant to withstand the elements. I also love, pillows. I think it adds this pop of personality. It's an instant party. These are from the company's store. They're Sunbrella fabric, which means they're wipeable, they're weather resistant, and they're in this Sunbrella fabric, so they add this instant personality.
Love
but
it.
they're meant to be outside.
Feels so good. By the way, I'm so
We're kind of
into
obsessed with this table.
corner
Oh my gosh.
does
Okay.
two things.
So this is from Hamecker Schlemmer. This is a party cooler. It is a side table that has a sneaky cooler inside.
Brilliant.
It's double insulated. You fill it with ice.
So will it last all day, this ice?
It fills up to 40 cans, tons of bottles. It lasts all day. This goes down. This also lights up at night.
Wait,
What? It lights up at night?
Yes.
But wait, so you can put it down flat all
Yes.
the way and it's just a table?
If everything's in it.
Yes, it's a cooler table. Mind blown.
Brilliant.
Mind blown.
Brilliant.
Also, I'm really big on entertaining, backyard fun.
Yeah.
You know when you get to a wedding and there's the amenities basket in
Yeah.
the bathroom? I create one for my guests in my backyard.
Oh, that's smart. What's in there?
So I fill this bin with sunscreen. This new Clear from Sunbum is a favorite. Welly makes really great first aid kit and Band-Aids.
I love their Band-Aids.
The
Yeah,
best.
these are awesome.
And then bug spray. I don't want my guests to be annoyed by the bugs, so Baby Ganix bug spray. Always on hand so that my guests feel really welcome and they have everything I need.
You really
Wait, let's
think
get
of
we're gonna move
everything,
right in.
Megan.
Okay, we're going somewhere else.
One more thing. Okay. So I love to garden. I love a good potting bench. This was for $100 from Home Depot.
Wow.
I repurposed it as a drink station. So we got our acrylic glassware, no glass in the backyard.
These
I don't
are
want
acrylic?
Yes.
They look like
Crate
glass.
and Barrel.
So I could drop it in one
Yes.
break?
Yeah, no. Bounces, yeah.
So Crate and Barrel does a really fabulous acrylic glass. I'll repurpose my acrylic pitcher to
That's
put
a
some
great
flowers
idea.
that I picked from my garden. And this makes me so happy. This is a double drink dispenser. I do iced tea on one side, lemonade on the other, so my guests can mix their own Arnold Palmer.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Girl.
cute
And
is
what's
that?
down here? Just ice?
Oh, these are my favorite recycling bins I've ever found.
recycling bins.
They're from the Container Store, but they're lidded and they have these labels. How cute is that for your recycling?
That's so smart. And they look
Oh,
cute.
you just
Yes!
look, just open it and
So
dump
you
it
can
in.
leave them outside so that...
And they stack. What?
Girl,
Wow.
wait,
Oh my
what's
gosh.
this?
We
Trash can?
can't miss this. Your trash can, should it look like trash? This is from Scout. It's the cutest trash can ever. A cute trash can.
By the way,
Oh my
perfect.
gosh. Megan.
This is great.
Such great ideas. Thank you.
Super
Thank
doable.
you.
All right, coming up next, summer fun all in one place.
From Madonna's celebration tour to Lollapalooza and more, we've got all the hot highlights
Great.
after this.
We're all great.
summertime is when all the concerts and festivals are in full swing. So we wanted to make sure you know about this summer's biggest events.
Here with his hot highlights is TV host and entertainment expert Andrew Freund. Okay, there have been so many great concerts.
Yes.
We haven't spoken enough about Madonna.
We sure haven't.
Well, you are about to speak a lot about Madonna. Happy first day of summer. Happy Pride, everybody.
Yes.
Madonna is going on tour, Jenna.
Yeah.
It's going to be a global world tour, and it's a tour of all her hits. So it's all the big songs you know and love. What's your favorite, Madonna?
Like a Prayer, I think.
Okay, Like a
I
Prayer.
love Like a Prayer,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
I mean,
But Isla Bonita.
Oh, La Isla Bonita.
La Isla
That's a
Bonita.
good
I don't know
one, too.
why I said it so.
Because you wanted to.
But that's a great one.
But,
Yes.
Wow. So is it weird that everybody's in concert, like Beyonce, Taylor, Madonna, all the big names?
I mean, I think now
Janet
it's
Jackson.
Janet's, and also, you know, Beyonce
Harry
has
Styles.
Harry's still out.
Harry's still out. Taylor's
Yeah.
gonna be on tour for another 3 years,
Yes.
it looks like. But yeah, they're coming.
All right, let's talk about Beyonce's tour. She's coming here finally to the United States.
Finally,
let's
she's
go.
coming here. She's going to be starting in Philadelphia. It's her 9th
When
concert
is
tour.
she in Philly?
She's going to start July the 12th.
Okay.
And I was doing a deep dive because a lot of times these concerts are so expensive.
Yeah.
But I found tickets for Beyonce for $91 in Minneapolis. Now they're not,
Not
the,
anymore.
Yo, we're going on a road trip. Let's go to Minneapolis, the Twin Cities.
Now it's not the front row, y'all. It it might be all the way in the back, but you can see her on a bargain. If
So
you
is
have.
Blue Ivy going to be in at all the concerts? Do you
That's
think?
the question that
Yeah.
everyone's asking. I think we will see more Blue Ivy because she's trying to mix it up a little bit. So
Okay.
for sure. For
All right.
sure.
Lollapalooza was sort of the hang when I was in
Yeah.
7th and 8th grade. I
Yes.
feel like I kissed at least one boy there. Who's playing this year?
Now I know y'all love a festival because I saw you at Jazz Fest.
Oh yeah,
That's
we
the best
love a
festival.
fest.
So
That's our favorite fest.
Coming to Lollapalooza, Billie Eilish.
Oh, yeah.
We also have Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, wow.
We have Lana Del Rey.
Mm-hmm.
Now tickets start at $135, but if you want to splurge and go VIP, it's $550.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So you'll get a little bit more of an intimate experience if you get the
Now,
VIP.
what is the Outside Lands Festival?
Okay, now I have been to the Outside Lands.
Never even heard of it.
What is
It
it?
takes place in my hometown. Shout out San Francisco, California.
Okay.
It's in Golden Gate Park, and
Cool.
so it's like think of it as Coachella, but a lot smaller.
Yeah.
A lot smaller, and it has the San Francisco vibe. So it's colder. Pack your Patagonia jacket.
Okay.
Because San Francisco's freezing. We're gonna have Janelle Monáe.
Oh, we love
Wow.
Who we love. We also are gonna have the Foo Fighters.
Oh, fun.
yeah.
And tickets for that start at $199 plus fees, because you know they.
Are those weekends like Jazz Fest is a whole weekend?
It's a whole weekend.
Okay,
Yeah, and
so-
It's a
Outside Lands.
thing.
Yeah, Outside Lands. It takes place over 2 days. There's food, there's music. It's a good vibe.
Okay, this used to be my 4th of July plan back when I was young.
Okay,
and free.
now I want to hear about this.
I
Jenna.
used to hang out with Willie Nelson, and everybody can in 4th of July. Tell us about his
They
festival.
can. Now, I will say it's a Willie Nelson show, so it's going to smell very interesting there.
Yeah.
It is over July 4th. It's in Austin, Texas, where he went to school. It's also, Willie is 90 years old.
It's amazing.
He's still going strong. He's going to perform. Dwight Yoakam's going to perform. There's going to be food. There's going to be music. There's going to be drinks. There'll be some other things that I mentioned at the earlier part. But yeah, it's a chill vibe.
It's such a fun.
What if you're into car racing? What if that's your vibe? What
All
you
right.
got?
Now, Chicago is going to do a NASCAR street race.
What?
A street race on the streets of Chicago. And there's also going to be a concert in Grant Park that's going to have the Chainsmokers, Miranda Lambert, the Black Crowes.
Oh, that's going to be good.
And you know what, Hoda?
What?
You can watch it here on NBC.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Wait, now when
We're
does
airing
this
it?
NASCAR
Yes.
race happen? We should go.
The NASCAR race
all in
happens
one thing.
July 1st through 12th.
Oh.
You can watch coverage on the USA Network on July 1st and then here on NBC on July 2nd.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, wait, we got to talk about Comic-Con.
Okay, now have y'all ever been to Comic-Con?
Never.
No.
I'm
All right.
dying to go though.
Do y'all like cosplay? Do you dress up in characters?
Cosplay?
Yeah.
Why would we do that? With who?
Well, because that's what they do at Comic-Con.
Now, but do they just dress? Is that just for every day?
Yes, you can dress up like the X-Men. You can dress up like Groot, as you see there.
Wow, people go all out.
Wow.
They go all out, and a lot of the studios roll out their new programming, new movies.
yeah.
But this year might look a little bit different because we might be on strike with SAG.
Oh.
If the SAG strike happens, talent will not be promoting anything. So it might be a Comic-Con full of a lot of movie trailers.
Okay, all right.
Oh my gosh, Andrew, happy
Andrew,
summer.
thank
We're
you.
so happy to
Happy
see
you're
you.
here.
And we'll be back right after this.
Coming up tomorrow, Kelly Clarkson will be here.
Our girl, plus our pal and health and wellness expert, Ali Love.
And we'll do a little light summer cooking with TikToker Kina PA. And did you know today happens to be Matt's birthday?
Happy birthday,
Come here, Matt.
Yes,
Matt's
you,
one of
Matt.
our. You know what he is? He is
#blessed.
We love you, Matt.
Happy birthday.
Best,
Have a great
best.
one.
All right.
Happy birthday. See y'all Thursday.
Bye.
Today's Wednesday. Bye.
Come on, Matt.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
The sun is shining, and we fired up the grill, y'all. Join me, Jocelyn Delk Adams, for a summer barbecue to remember. As a chef and cookbook author, I love to add a modern twist to classic recipes. With my tips, you can host an outdoor cookout that looks effortless and won't cost a fortune. Bringing all of your loved ones together, it makes the day that much sweeter. Booze, this party's going to be epic. Growing up, I absolutely loved summer barbecues. For me, it just felt like a time to get family and friends together and really just enjoy the weather and each other and some good food. My inspiration for a party comes from a variety of places. I love everything from travel to new restaurants. It all sort of kind of informs all of my ideas and decision making when I'm throwing a party. I guess you could call me an events rebel. I really love to break the rules. And I love that because it's really fun to sort of have something unexpected at your event. The first thing that's most important with creating an event that you absolutely love is starting with the vibe and building it with your personality. If you could bottle my personality, it would probably be like a bright orange color, so that's gonna be all through this event. I love throwing barbecues outside. If you've got a pool, which we happen to have, like, why wouldn't you set an entire event around that? You know you are always at a great party when the playlist is hot. So I wanted to focus on creating a playlist that had a lot of fun, energetic songs that made people want to get up and party. I love games at events. Seriously, if we do not have games at my event, it's not one of my events. I love everything from activities that I actually make up. I mean, it's all about making sure that your guests have a good time, and games help with that. Next, make sure that you stay organized. I am truly type A, y'all, okay? I am a person who lives and breathes by spreadsheets. When I'm thinking about an event, I start with the spreadsheet so I can stay organized, keep my guests in there, keep what I've ordered, keep what I'm serving. Literally every single detail goes in that spreadsheet. For your guest list, it's truly important that you spend a lot of time thinking about who you want seated at your table. I decided to make this party all about the amazing gals in my life. I really wanted it to be this mix of amazing women that I appreciate and who I'm inspired by. And finally, create a unique menu. When I start to think about my menu planning for my barbecue, I really want to knock my guests' socks off. I love to incorporate things that are in season. So a couple recipes I'm thinking about are maybe a watermelon salad. Watermelon is in season right now, so that's gonna be so fresh. Also, corn is in season, and I've got this like amazing corn pudding, but the key is the corn is grilled. So it's like a nice time to actually use the grill, get some nice char on that corn, and actually give it some nice texture and bite. I think I know exactly how I want this day to flow, so let's get in the kitchen and start getting that menu going. For this barbecue, I selected some of my favorite recipes that I'm gonna show you how to make. First, we're gonna start with my simple ribs. Then we're gonna move on to my elote fried corn pudding from my new cookbook, Everyday Grand, along with my watermelon salad, and then finally, my berry rhubarb punch. We're gonna get started with my simple ribs recipe, and it starts with a dry rub. I've got some Cajun seasoning here. I've got some kosher salt, gotta get some nice salt in there. I've got some mustard powder. And then I've got onion and garlic powder. I'm gonna add both of those in here. Black pepper, some smoked paprika, and I've got some chili powder. Cumin. I love cumin in literally everything. And finally, I've got some brown sugar to add some sweetness. And then we're just gonna do a quick whisk of all of this, combining it. So I started making my own spice rubs at home when I realized how easy it was to do. Like, you could literally just go in your pantry, grab all of your favorite ingredients, and pull together something that's explosive flavor-wise. I happen to like a lot of different flavors in my dry rub because I want a lot of different sensations to happen when you bite into that rib, right? You want that sweet, you want that heat, you want that nuance of flavor, and so all of these different components are gonna pull that off. And once that's combined, we're gonna get that on our ribs. These are beef ribs, and I'm going to grab some oil spray. So I like to use the oil spray. It's a little bit more controlled, and it just kind of keeps things a tiny bit cleaner during this process. The oil is going to become an adhesive for our dry rub. And then we're gonna start to add our dry rub right over our ribs. And you can add as much or as little as you want. The purpose of a dry rub is really to get that flavor penetrated into our ribs, and it's gonna take a little time because we're not breaking this down with what you would usually find in a wet rub. I'm gonna flip these over. We're gonna do another spray. And then we're gonna get that dry rub all up in there as well. And you really want to push it into the meat so it really penetrates and you get all of that flavor. My favorite thing about barbecues are definitely the ribs. It's my favorite recipe. It's the quintessential barbecue recipe, right? So I think that all of my side dishes are gonna be the perfect complement to this main dish because this is really hearty, but it's got so much flavor, but everything else is sort of light and refreshing. So it's a perfect complement. All right, these look nice and rubbed down. So I did a quick rinse of my hands, and now we're gonna get these ready to go into the fridge. I've got some heavy duty foil because we wanna make sure that every little crevice, everything is covered so we really get that marinade to seep in. I'm gonna go one rack at a time here. Really get it covered. The ribs are wrapped and ready to go. I'm going to add these to my baking sheet, and then I'm gonna pop this in the fridge for about 6 hours at least so we can really get that marinade in there. And then we'll be ready to grill. All right, our ribs are marinating, and now when we come back, we're gonna get into our sides. ribs are marinating, I'm gonna get started on my elote fried corn pudding. This recipe was inspired by my trip to Mexico City, and I wanted to really sort of mix in some of that authentic Mexican flavor with some of my southern roots. The first step is in grilling our corn. I've got some shucked corn here, and I'm going to add a little vegetable oil to the outside of it so we can make sure that this doesn't stick to the grates once we're grilling. Now I'm gonna take these out to the grill. I love adding in that char and that bite of grilled corn, and it's an amazing way to use it while it's in season too. Now that we've grilled our corn, it's time to get started on our filling. So I'm going to start here with some Mexican crema that's gonna go into our big bowl. This is so rich and creamy. It's gonna add so much flavor. And then I've got some melted butter. We've got 4 eggs here, and it's best that you crack them outside of the big bowl, so if you get any shell, it doesn't get into your major mixture here. Now I want to zest some lime so I can add in some citrus flavor. It's really gonna brighten this up. Now I've got some sugar. If you've ever had corn pudding in the South, you know it's a little bit sweet, so we gotta add in that sweet. I'm adding in some cornstarch. This is gonna help thicken everything up. And then a few spices to add some additional flavor. I've got some garlic powder, and I've got some cumin. Now this is where I get to add our grilled corn that we took off the cob. You can get that nice bite and that texture from those kernels. This is creamed corn that you can find just right in the can in your grocery store, and it's a very different texture from that grilled corn we made earlier. We're also gonna add in some cotija cheese. I'm going to mix all of this together, make sure it's nice and combined. Before we add this to our casserole dish, I'm just gonna lightly spray this so we can make sure that it doesn't stick. And then we're just gonna pour all of our corn pudding mixture right into our casserole dish. I'm gonna add some foil to this so we can have a nice even bake and it doesn't brown too much. Now I'm gonna pop this in the oven and we're gonna let this set up and get so nice and beautiful and brown, and then we'll be ready to serve. Our corn pudding is out of the oven, and let's check it out. Oh my goodness. You can just see all of that grilled corn that's come to the top and this sort of creamy, custardy texture. I like to add some decorations and really take it to another level. I like to add a little bit more of the cotija cheese. And then I also like to strategically place a few little limes here, little lime slices. Adds a little color as well. I'm gonna add some cilantro too. And then finally, I'm gonna sprinkle on a little tahini, and that little brightness with that chili and lime flavor is just gonna take this up to like a whole nother level. It's so good. Our corn pudding is ready to serve, and I know the guests are gonna love this. Now it's time to get started on my watermelon salad. This watermelon salad is so perfect for this barbecue because watermelon's in season, it's sweet, it's juicy, and it reminds me of childhood when I used to have watermelon every summer. Also, this recipe is important to me because, you know, watermelon sometimes can be pretty controversial for Black people. We can feel uncomfortable sometimes having it because of the history associated with it. So with this recipe, I really wanted to sort of say, we can reclaim it. We can feel comfortable having it again, and I hope that it brings a more positive light towards this food. The first step to making my watermelon salad is pickling some onions, and this is gonna give that nice tart flavor. People have no idea how easy it is to pickle onions at home, and I'm gonna show you. So I've got some water. I'm gonna add this to my little pot here, some white vinegar, some sugar, and some salt. And then I'm gonna crank on our heat here. And we're gonna let this get to about medium-high heat We wanna really let that sugar dissolve, and then it's gonna be ready for pickling our onions. Our sugar has dissolved. I'm just gonna pop a garlic clove in here for some additional flavor. And then I'm gonna pour this right over our onions. Yes. I'm gonna cover this up. And now this is gonna go in the fridge for about 2 hours. Now we're gonna make our chipotle dressing. This recipe starts with our shallots. I'm going to add some oil. We wanna get our shallots sizzling in this medium heat so we can get them nice and tender. All right, these look good to go. I'm gonna add these into our blender. Now I'm gonna add in some lime juice, some red wine vinegar, got a little honey too, Dijon mustard, some chipotle. I'm gonna add this right on in. Nice kick of flavor, we love that. And then finally, I've got some salt and pepper. Okay. Look at that beautiful color. You can tell when the dressing is done because it's nice and smooth. You see that chipotle has blended in and it's thickened up a bit. And this is gonna be absolutely perfect on our watermelon salad, y'all. I've got my watermelon here and I'm gonna start breaking this down. You wanna make sure you have a super sharp knife. And then also, under my cutting board, I've got a little surprise here. I've got some wet paper towel right up under it to make sure that this doesn't slip and slide. It's gonna make sure that this stays in place. To begin, I'm gonna cut off the ends of my watermelon. And then I also like to cut straight down the middle. This makes it easier when you're dealing with a much larger watermelon. You can break it down much quicker. Oh yeah, look at that. I like to get it to a stable position as quickly as possible because it's much easier to maneuver and then it's not gonna roll around a lot. We want to start to take off the sides. So we're gonna remove the rind and you can actually start to do this based on just looking at the top and seeing where it guides you. And as you remove that, just put it right into your discard bowl. We're gonna get off as much of this as possible, and then we're gonna go right back around once we're done, and then just clean up and get off anything that we didn't before. And then once you have all of those edges and it's pretty bright and red, this is when we're gonna actually start to cut it into strips. We're making a salad, so I'm gonna go for bigger pieces. And I'm gonna take these ones in the center, and then we're gonna break these down into cubes. I'm gonna cut again into wedges. And then I'm gonna cut right across again. And there you go. Now it's time to assemble our salad. I've got our cubed watermelon here, and I'm just gonna add this into a big bowl. I'm gonna also add in some cucumber. I've got some heirloom tomatoes, which are quite special. The seeds are passed down from farmers every single season, so it's a special sort of hybrid there. Going to mix all of this together. And now I'm gonna add in some greens. I've got some mint, some arugula, and some basil. Sprinkle all of that in. Just kind of mix that in as well. And this is such a beautiful, colorful salad. All right. Now we're gonna add in that dressing we made earlier. Then I'm gonna do a big toss and get all of these ingredients to just really kind of soak in that dressing. What works so great about this salad is you're just going to get so many different flavor profiles. Like that sweetness from the watermelon is just going to complement that chipotle spice that you get from the dressings. It's really sort of well balanced because of all of those flavors. Now I'm gonna transfer this to our pretty bowl. Perfect. And then I'm gonna just dress this up with our pickled onion. I'm just gonna place a few right on top. So gorgeous. And then add a little of our feta cheese. And this is gonna be a hit, y'all. This is ready to serve. If you've ever been to basically any party or barbecue, you know you gotta have a good punch, and this one is great. So I've got some water here that's boiling, and we're gonna use this to create a simple syrup for this recipe. And simple syrups are usually just water and sugar, and then you can add in whatever you want so you can really sort of bring in some additional flavor, and that's what we're gonna do here. So I'm adding in our sugar to our water, and we're gonna get that to boiling temperature. And then I'm gonna add in some berries, some strawberries, some raspberries, and then finally, because rhubarb is in season right now, I'm going to add some rhubarb. I love to work it in drinks like this, and it sort of brings down that sweetness of those berries, and it's just so delicious. And finally, I'm gonna add in some mint. I'm just gonna stir all of this to combine, and then I'm going to let this come to boiling so I can really let that sugar and all of this sort of dissolve and thicken up. Once it starts to boil, you can see that color developing, that bright red color that is just gonna make that punch just pop, okay, on that barbecue table. It's gonna be so beautiful. This has been going for about 20 minutes and it's perfectly thickened, and that syrup is like delicious. And we wanted to make sure that all that sugar dissolved. So now that it's cooled down a bit, I'm gonna go ahead and strain it. This is our berry rhubarb syrup, and we're ready to assemble our punch. I'm gonna take my syrup here and add this right into my pitcher. I've also got some ginger ale, and I've got a little vodka here too. Gotta have a little fun. This is mama's drink right here. All right, and then I'm gonna add in some berries as well. This is gonna be just like a nice garnish. And then do a nice little stir here to combine everything. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Pour a little into this glass. You can see that gorgeous color. Those berries fly in. Look how beautiful this is. I cannot wait to serve this to our guests. And I'm actually gonna take some of this same punch and I'm gonna turn them into popsicles. Who doesn't love a popsicle during the summer? So I know they're gonna absolutely fall in love with this whole idea. I've showed you how to make most of our menu items, and I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve. I'm gonna be serving a peach salad and also a family favorite potato salad. It's almost party time, guys. Next, when we come back, we are heading out to the grill. It's the day of the barbecue, y'all. I am so excited. It's a beautiful sunny day, and I cannot wait for my guests to see the spread. My first two guests are Mercedes and Kelly. I've worked with both of these ladies, and they are like sisters to me, so I had to invite them to my barbecue. My next two guests are Lola and Amy. Lola was my college roommate, and Amy, she's a newer friend I met through blogging. Chanel, we met each other working together ages ago. And Ariana, she's my sorority sister. My last guest, well, you can't have a barbecue without inviting your mama, okay? So she definitely had to come. So good to see you. Is anyone ready to eat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's make our way to the table. This is my watermelon salad that's in my cookbook, Everyday Grand. Enjoy. I love it. This is the main event. My simple ribs, even though they don't take a lot of effort, they taste amazing, y'all. You will love them. All right, ladies, cheers. Cheers. Yeah. Enjoy, dig in. So what do you guys think of the potato salad?
Awesome, this is really good. Really good.
Delicious.
Look, Mama approves, that's it.
If I say it's good, it's good.
Let me tell you how long we worked on that recipe.
Forever.
There is a story with that, okay? We tested it over and over and over, I think maybe at least 20 times.
At least.
And my mom and dad, they were like, nope, needs this. Nope, needs more of this. Before it went into the book, they were still nervous about it. I was like, it's going into the book.
Yeah.
But it's been a hit. Everyone has loved it.
Great.
You did your thing, Josh. Yeah.
Okay, it's time for some games. Okay, this first one we're gonna play, it's called Celebrity in a Bag. Got all these little names in here, and these are different celebrities, and you can ask all of us yes or no questions so you can guess who the celebrity is that you have.
Oh. Is it a girl?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an actor?
Yes.
Does she have a Grammy?
Yes, an EGOT, Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony.
Oh, cool. I did not know that. Is what that meant. Is it Jennifer Hudson?
All right, guys, we've got popsicles. We've got a berry rhubarb, a peach sweet tea, and pink lemonade. Delicious.
Cheers.
I cannot thank you enough for coming and enjoying my good food and enjoying the company. It ain't over yet because we are going to get on the dance floor. Let's bust a move.
All right. Okay.
Feeling inspired to throw your own summer barbecue? Scan the QR code for my recipes, featured products, and more. Just so you know, Today may get a commission for purchases made through the QR code or links on our website.
Nothing better on a dreary winter day than some warm comfort food, right? Well, we got a great one for you today, folks. Jocelyn Delk Adams, she's back with us. She's the author of Everyday Grand. Jocelyn, welcome back.
Good morning.
Hey now.
It's been so long, guys.
Good
It's
to
been
see
so
you.
long. Thank you.
What
so
are we
much for
making?
having me.
Meal you're making.
Lemony chicken rice casserole.
chicken thighs.
Yes. With chicken thighs, because you know it makes a difference.
Yes, it does.
Right? Makes them nice and juicy. So we're going to start by dredging our chicken thighs. We've got some flour here. I'm going to add in some Parmesan. Yeah. I've got onion and garlic powder. You're like, ooh. And then, of course, some lemon zest. You know how to, you know how to zest it? Okay, let me see. Let me see this. Let me see these Skittles.
Hey, this is a woodworker right here.
How much do you want?
All right, just, you like, how much do I want? You're like, I'll be over here all day, right? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right,
I'll give you more. I'll give you more.
All right. I'm putting you to work here. We're gonna whisk that up, and then we're gonna dredge these. Okay, we're just gonna add this right in.
And why is it so important to dredge?
Well, we want to get that nice coating. It's gonna give us like that nice crisp coating. Want to get it in that flour.
Does it help thicken up the sauce?
Well,
You're
it's
gonna pour
also
it all
going to
into?
thicken up the sauce too, right? And
Could
then
you
we're
use
going
an
to add
almond flour if you want?
Of course you could. Oh, come on. You know. And we're going to put this right into our oil. You can definitely play around. You can even use, any type of gluten-free flour if
And
that's
you like to
a-
start skin side down?
Yeah, I do too. I do. I like to
crisp
get
it
that
up a little
nice
bit?
Crisp it up.
Yeah, we're going to get that crispy. And then we're going to work on our casserole dish.
Do you have
We've
to
got
cook it through in the pan?
Well, you don't, because
Okay.
we're also going to throw it in the oven too.
Perfect.
So we
Okay.
just want to get it browned, and then we can get it in the oven. So we've got some cream of chicken. You want to whisk
Okay,
this up
sure.
for me?
Okay.
And then
This-
I've
this is
got
cream
some
of chicken soup?
stock.
There you go.
Yeah, because nothing's more comforting than some
Yeah,
cream
I
of
used cream of
chicken
mushroom
soup,
last night,
right?
so.
Got some chicken stock there.
Yep.
And then I've got our rice that was going to go right in
Okay.
here. And then I've got some garlic too. I'm going to pop that
Okay.
in. Yeah, because we love garlic. And then down here, of course, you can see that our chicken thighs are ready. And then this is when we're just going to add this right into our dish. Goes right in. Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You already
This
tasted
is,
it, didn't
Craig
you?
started it. This
You
is worth
already
making.
did it. I know you did.
This is worth making tonight.
Yeah, look, you're going to do it, aren't you?
Oh my goodness.
Chicken goes in.
So you just put it in there.
Yep.
So it's just a one dish.
Pop this in.
that is-
Pop this
And then
in.
how long are you going to put that in the oven for?
We're gonna put this in the oven for about 40 to 50 minutes, and then usually
my
we
gosh.
cover it with foil because we want to make sure all that rice gets really tender.
Oh,
Y'all over there are killing my dish, right?
Listen.
Y'all know how I do. All right,
wow.
and then the lemon goes on top
Oh, my
because it's
God. So
you
beautiful.
cook it with the lemon there?
Yeah,
Oh, my
'cause we want to
goodness.
get a little bit more of that.
How
in
long
the
do you
skin, too.
bake it?
She told
So
you
bake
you
it about-
were
I'm
eating.
sorry, so
You're eating. She already
I'm
said
gonna-
she
I'm
didn't
gonna-
eat
I was
it.
like, what's going on? What's going on? I can't remember.
Oh, my God.
So yeah,
Oh,
this goes in. You put the foil over the top, bake it for about 40 to 50, then take it off if you want to brown it a little more for about 10 minutes, and then you're ready to serve.
And you
this
got
is
an air
delicious.
fryer sandwich.
I sure do.
Wait,
Four
this is an air
ingredients.
fryer?
Yes, 4 ingredients. Because we were talking about the air fryer, how it's like the perfect appliance. If you want to add another appliance,
I've
'cause
never made
sometimes you
salmon
know.
in the air fryer.
So easy.
How easy is it?
So easy.
What are the
Because,
ingredients?
So easy.
And it's done really
Oh,
quickly
that's great.
too. 4 ingredients.
what
What's the
that's
glaze?
it. So I've got some soy
God.
sauce in there. I got some honey.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. What else do I have in there? I can't
Got
even
some
remember.
sesame
Sometimes-
seeds?
Yeah. Oh, that's a garnish. And then you just drop it in the air fryer for about like 10 minutes. But sometimes it depends on your air fryer. Sometimes it cooks really quickly. But I love the air fryer because it gets that nice crisp skin at the top.
This is delicious.
Come on,
great.
y'all.
Jocelyn, well
All
done.
right.
I like to make salmon skin bacon.
Oh, wait, oh, I like that. What do? You just
Just put it
Jocelyn,
on.
this
Just
is
take some of the
amazing.
skin off the. In fact, I go to my fishmonger, and
Yeah.
he gives me extra.
He
But a
goes
lot
to
of
his-
people
and
don't
it's
like
so
to use
to
good.
his
I love this
fishmonger.
skin. It's so
He
good.
goes to his fishmonger.
Yes.
I'm 2
That
for
wasn't
2 on
lost on
this.
me.
You guys love them?
We are going to make a mashup that you didn't realize you needed. Pizza meatloaf.
Here to show us how is Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grand Baby Cakes and author of
Everyday Grand.
Which you can buy right now, Everyday Grand. This is a heck of a concept.
I know, right? Because my kid loves pizza. It's like, what's for breakfast? Pizza.
Yes.
Right.
Like, what do you want for dessert?
Pizza.
Everything. So I was like, I've got to make pizza variations
Right.
of like all
So this is the
food
best
I
of
love.
meatloaf with a pizza.
Exactly, with that pizza twist.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start with some pepperoni because
Okay.
she loves pepperoni. My daughter
Right.
loves pepperoni. So I'm just gonna just dice it up. You can make it as small as big as you like. You like a lot of texture, you can make it bigger.
Sure.
You want smaller, blend it in, and then like a meatloaf, we just start adding
So
stuff
you add the
together,
pepperoni
right?
to the ground beef.
Yep.
Wow.
Or ground
And it's gonna
turkey
give
or
that,
whatever you
yeah,
want.
ground
That's
turkey.
meat on
ground,
meat.
Meat on meat. It's a pizza.
It's a pizza.
That's yes.
Did y'all
A
just
pizza.
make
Meat
that up?
lovers will love this, right?
Okay.
So pepperoni in there. I've got some garlic
Okay.
going in there. Got some parsley. And then you can throw those eggs in for
the
me.
binder?
Yep, get it in there. Gotta bind it up. And then we've got some Italian breadcrumbs
Okay.
here. Gotta get that in there. And then we've got some seasonings. We've got some oregano. We've got some seasoning salt. We've got some black
It's like the
pepper.
pizza part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the pizza part. And then
Okay.
we've got some milk as well.
Okay.
Just whole milk.
Whole thing. You can use whatever milk you want
Okay.
to.
Okay.
If you want to use like a coconut milk, if you want to use something like
Can you
soy milk.
overstir this too much?
Well, I like to just make sure everything's combined as much as possible. Also, you can play around with the toppings, like if you like olives, if you want to throw mushrooms in here, like you can do that too. And then we get that all stirred up, and then we get it into our loaf pan.
Okay.
This is the fun part, is I like to create a well right in the center and throw cheese.
Oh,
Well,
man.
now we're talking. Is this mozzarella?
Yes.
What a concept.
Yes. I mean, it's a pizza meatloaf. Where's
Okay,
the
now
cheese,
the
right?
sauce.
Yes, now the sauce. So to make this easy, like people can buy like a pizza sauce like at the grocery store.
Right.
And then I like to doctor it up, just add some additional
Sure.
seasonings
Okay.
in there. Got some garlic powder,
Okay.
got some oregano, some basil, and got some parsley. And then for a little kick, I've got some red pepper.
Ah, there you go.
Is that
Yep.
basil?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Just get
Okay.
that in there, and then you're gonna stir it up. Now, if you don't have time, just grab
Buy
the
the
pizza.
sauce.
Right.
Right.
Keep it moving.
All right.
This can still be a really easy thing. You're gonna bake it. All that
Now, do you
cheese is
cover?
gonna ooze in the center.
Where do you cover? You cover this up just
So
with the sauce?
yeah, if you have some extra meat, you can just start flipping it over the top. We're gonna not do it with the
Oh, I
hands. Yeah.
see.
And
Okay.
then it covers the well, and then
Right.
you bake it up, and
Look
then
at
the
this.
cheese like just melts in the center when it
Oh,
comes
my
out of the
goodness.
oven.
Oh, just the
Cheese.
presentation alone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fun.
it's
drizzle
so
it.
fun.
And then you
yes.
just drizzle the sauce
And then
on
you
it?
just drizzle the sauce and serve it with
I'll
it.
try it.
Come on, get into it now.
Here we go.
That's great.
Isn't it so yum?
What a great concept.
Yes. And this is good for like football too. Like
Oh,
this
sure.
is, right?
That's
You
really
can even
good.
make little
Yeah, it is.
individual versions.
Yes,
of
you can
this.
make little individual ones,
fantastic.
serve them up. It's so easy and
That's
fun.
really good, Jocelyn.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Cold temperatures call for a much needed comfort food in the home. So we brought in Jocelyn Delk Adams, author of Everyday Grand, to share a delicious, cozy winter meal. Happy New Year, Jocelyn. Great to have you here. We got
Happy
the
New
Oscar
Year.
nominations are happening right
This
now.
is like my Christmas day.
Yeah, a
you
lot
guys have
going
no
on.
idea how much I enjoy Oscar nominations. We make
We're going to have them
traditions in
for
my
us
house.
in a few minutes. Well, let's get to that delicious meal. What are you making for us?
All right, so we are going to do some rotisserie chicken stuffed shells.
Love it.
And we start with just a rough chop of our garlic. We want to just cut off that stem and then just go down this like really quickly.
So when you said rotisserie, I'm thinking, do I have to make a chicken, or can you just buy a rotisserie chicken at the
Yes,
market?
you can just buy a rotisserie chicken. It makes it so much
Okay.
easier
Got
instead
it.
of just making it your own. Cut all the time.
So you got
we're
your
gonna
garlic.
start working on the sauce. Yeah, so we're gonna do a rough chop of that, and then
Okay.
we're gonna get to the sauce. So we're gonna add in some heavy cream. Oh, nice, that nice sizzle.
Ooh.
Then we're gonna add in some parm
Okay.
because we want to make this thick and creamy, right? We've got some Creole seasoning. That's where
Ooh, I
you're
like
getting
that.
that kick.
Ooh.
Creole seasoning and some Italian seasoning. So it's kind of like a blend. It's a mashup, right?
Beautiful.
And we're gonna whisk that together, and we're gonna actually bring that to a simmer so we can get that to get nice
Okay.
and thick.
I'll work on that.
Then we're gonna work on this rotisserie chicken. You can easily shred this with like 2 forks. You can use your hands, or I have a nice trick. I like to use a hand mixer.
What?
Yes. Get a big bowl, throw that chicken in, and use the hand mixer. And it
And
does
then
it
meat
in
just
minutes.
falls off the bone?
Falls off, shreds
Wow.
it perfectly,
Wow.
does it in a couple minutes. It's so crazy
Oh my
easy.
gosh.
Yes, I have like a quick TikTok on it too.
So you have your sauce, you have your chicken's been pulled off the bone.
Pulled off the bone, you've
and
got
now
this.
everything sits for a second while you make
Yes,
the
so we gotta
piping
make the
sit.
filling. So we're gonna add our chicken into some ricotta. We've got some broccoli, so we can get some veggies in here.
Mhm.
I also like to sub in some, spinach if you
Okay.
want to add that in too. We've got some onions. We've got some more parm because hey, we gotta add that into.
This is already
cozy
giving me
meal.
like broccoli cheese vibes.
Yeah.
Which is a comfort food when it's cold
best of
out.
both worlds. Yes, and then I add in a little bit more Creole. We're gonna mix that
Why
all
not?
together, and you're
Why
gonna
not?
get that nice and smooth.
Yes,
and then
you are.
here we've got our fillings.
Now,
So-
how do me, Craig, and Al do this?
Okay, come on. Come on.
It's
It's
an
like
intimidation
pipe
factor.
cupcakes. Come on. When you got kids, you got to
Piping.
pipe some cupcakes.
Tell them
right?
about the Ziploc trick.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh.
So, okay, most people don't have like a piping bag at home.
Right.
You can get one of these bags, the resealable bags. You just snip off the end
Oh,
once
okay.
you've added
Well,
in
now, see?
everything,
I'm glad
and
I
then it
asked.
just comes right out.
Look at that.
That's
We can
easy.
do that. We can
Everyone's
handle
got
that.
at home, right? So you want to try? You keep
Yeah,
saying
yes,
that.
let's do it.
Okay, you're just gonna fill this. You've already cooked your spinach or your pasta, and you're just gonna pipe this right inside. You want to try it?
Yep, I sure do.
Okay, go for it.
All
I'm
right.
telling
Be
you,
careful,
so
Carson, be
easy.
careful. Fill the
Or if
treasure.
you get really intimidated, Craig, you can
Okay.
use a spoon.
Okay. Look at that.
All right,
Those are
you can
good.
play it easy.
And then what, Jocelyn? How long you
Yeah.
you
So
cook
once
these
we
off?
have
or-
those, so once we have those filled, we're gonna put that right on top of
Can I
our
ask a dumb
sauce.
question? Are those pasta shells? Are they already pre-cooked?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
cooked them already.
All right, okay.
They're ready to go. We've let them
That
kind
is
of
not
come
a
to
dumb
room
question.
temperature,
Okay.
and then we're adding them right on top of the
this
sauce
is
that
where
we
it gets
prepped
good.
earlier. Yeah, so we're gonna pop these in.
All right.
We're gonna add some cheese right on top and bake them for about 20 minutes till it's nice and bubbly and delicious.
You know what? It's also good for kids because it's delicious, but you hit a little broccoli in there. And I like that.
I just throw as much green in there as possible. Oh yeah, it's fun.
It also
Colors,
has
you
like.
know.
Could you make this ahead of time?
Yes, you can totally prep this ahead of time. Put this in the refrigerator and then bake it off.
It has like a little bit of a guilt-free thing to it too. It doesn't feel too bad like you're eating a
Yeah,
giant
but it's
lasagna
nice and
with
cozy
18
too,
layers.
right?
Oh, it's
exactly. And then
delicious.
you've got the chicken, so it's a little
Jocelyn,
lighter.
good rules. Thank you so much.
Thank
More recipes
you.
in the next hour, by the way.
Joining us this morning, Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grandbaby Cakes, also the author of Everyday Grand, which, oh, by the way, is available for pre-order as we speak.
Sure is.
And Jocelyn is here to share her spin on a classic and easy weeknight dish. Welcome back.
And you're gonna help me.
I am going to help this morning.
So tortilla chip casserole could not be easier. You can get the
Tortilla
kids
chip
involved. You can even do this, okay? Because I know you can be. I know you can be cooking challenged. So we're gonna get
True.
this together. So to start, I'm gonna show you how we're gonna dice up these like bell pepper,
Okay.
right? You're gonna get these strips, just kind of get them together really easily, and then just go down to create like these small little dices,
Okay.
right? Really easy. Just gather them up, and that's all you
Even
gotta do.
I can do that, Jocelyn.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah.
See, you're winning
Okay.
already. So we're gonna start on our meat mixture. I've got some ground beef here. Gonna add this to some olive oil. You hear that nice sizzle?
And I assume you could easily swap that out with turkey or
Yep, you can
even
use
ground
turkey,
chicken.
even ground chicken. Yep, whatever you got is fine. And then I'm gonna add in our bell pepper here. And then can you add in that diced onion
Yes,
and
ma'am.
some garlic
Yes,
for
ma'am.
me?
So that's it. That's pretty simple so far.
So yeah, you got to start cooking this down. You're gonna brown it.
How much garlic is that?
I mean, hey, I love garlic.
Okay.
All right, add it in. All right,
yes, ma'am.
add as much as you want in there, and then this is when we get into the flavors. Like we're gonna add in 2 salsas. So if you have Taco Tuesday tonight, of course, you might have some leftover salsas. Add in the red and the green. That's gonna give us ample flavor
like
here.
A chunky one, Jocelyn?
Yeah,
Not
you
like
can
a
grab the
syrupy one.
chunky for that texture.
You
It's
take
so
your salsa
good.
seriously out there.
I do.
I can't play around with salsa, right? We're gonna add in this salsa, and then we're gonna add in some taco seasoning.
So just store-bought taco seasoning?
Store-bought, get it in the little packet, and just toss it all together with some chicken stock.
Chicken. So what's the word, Al?
It's very good.
Oh, yummy,
Crunchy.
right?
Yummy.
Oh my gosh. So you're gonna cook this together. This is our swap.
This
Hello, the
turns
magic
into
of
that.
TV.
Okay.
Yep, looks really good. You're gonna let that kind of thicken up into this, and then we're gonna start adding in our additional texture. We've got
Is that cream of mushroom?
It is.
Oh, I love that.
I know. It
It's the
makes it
secret
so
ingredient
creamy.
for everything.
You
I
can
love
throw it into
that.
everything. We
Cream of
throw it
mushroom
into
soup?
everything at my home. Everything.
Cream of mushroom soup?
soup?
Oh, yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
throw it into everything.
Wow.
It makes everything so much better.
Why do you like it so much? What the,
So it's so creamy. It adds so much richness along with like the sour cream in this. It really
Umami.
makes that texture so great. Yeah. And I love anything with mushroom too. We're gonna add in some black beans too. Grab that, add that in, and of course the sour cream I was talking about. Throw that in too for that extra richness and that tang. And
This
then we're
looks
gonna
like
add
just
in
a
some
Mexican cheese blend.
cheese. Yep, get that in there.
All right.
And we're gonna stir that together.
Okay. Oh, those are nice.
And then this is when you get the kids involved, or you can get rid of like your morning aggression. I'm gonna have you like, you know, just go for
Oh,
it. And
yeah.
just, you know, get that
Get the
out.
kids. This is
Get
another
the
guy.
I know. He's like, I'm taking that over. Right. You're gonna crunch
Oh, so
that
this
together.
is cool. This goes in the pan.
Goes in.
And then you build it.
Yeah, and then you just start building it. And this is where we get into our casserole. It's almost like a lasagna. You're gonna just layer it up.
Oh.
Oh,
So bottom layer is Doritos or whatever your corn chip is?
Yeah.
Okay. I
You
bet
can
could
use
do
the cheesy
Frito-
ones.
Fritos.
Fritos, like
The
whatever
flaming
your
hot.
faves are. The flaming hot, you know, get
I
some
like
spice
that.
in there. Like whatever you love, like you can really adapt this and make this into whatever you like.
It's almost like a layered dip.
Yeah, it is.
Something
And
like
like you bake it off and you get all those textures. You get the crunch.
Oh, it's
you get
so
that
yummy.
creaminess.
How long do you bake it?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're gonna add some cheese on top. Don't add the cheese at the beginning and put the foil over it because it'll stick to the foil.
Okay.
Yeah. So do it,
My
take
kids
the
would love
foil
this.
off, and then just add the cheese and then let it get all
At the end,
bubbly.
okay.
And then it comes out.
so
I'm gonna
good.
taste it.
Yeah,
Tell
oh
us
my
about
God.
this new cookbook.
I'm like, oh my gosh, it's called Everyday Grand,
Yeah.
and it's all about just loving and enjoying every single moment of life. Like, I wanted to just make a book that just made everyone happy, right? Finding so much joy and just beyond just holidays. Like, you got a good hair day, celebrate.
Celebrate.
I've got
The
something
book
for
is
you. Hey,
terrific.
Ooh, that's good.
Thank Al endorsed it. I was so grateful to him. I mean, like, hey, you changed a tire, celebrate.
That's good. Your 4-year-old's gonna love this.
Yeah, she loves it.
It's so good.
Thank you,
Thank
Jocelyn.
you.
Jocelyn,
Love it.
thank you again.
It is Make Ahead Monday, desserts on the menu with 2 great recipes that'll earn you brownie points. We've got Jocelyn Delk Adams from Grand Baby Cakes. Good morning, Jocelyn.
Good morning. How are you today?
Well, going to be all the better for this perfect brownie recipe. Let's get started on the batter.
Yes, so I've got some melted butter in my mixer here, and I'm going to add in 2 sugars. This is why these are so perfect, because they have that great chewy consistency. So I love to use both granulated sugar and brown sugar.
Yum.
Dark brown or light brown sugar?
You know what? If you really want to go chewy, you go dark brown. If you want like a nice sort of kind of in-between balance, then go with the lighter.
Okay. I didn't know there was a difference.
So I want to get that mixed really, really well. And then I'm going to start adding in my eggs. I've got 2 eggs and they're room temperature. That's very important. And I'm going to add them in one at a time into our batter.
Jocelyn, as you're making these, I made these when you were supposed to be on a couple weeks ago, but had a power outage or something. And I made them because they sounded so good. And I'm noticing there's a couple things that I didn't quite do right. And I loved them the first time, so I can't wait to do it again. And you say, like, whisking the eggs is important.
It's like a foolproof recipe, pretty much. Like, yes, the whisking of the eggs. I find that people love that crackly top on a brownie, and the whisking of the eggs is so key to that. If you whisk them really, really, really well, like take some time with that, you'll get that perfect, gorgeous, crackly top.
And then you put in the flour, right? I didn't even realize you can over-mix flour, but I guess you can.
Yes, you can, because as soon as you start to get that flour in, that's when you're going to activate your gluten, right? And we don't want tough brownies. We want to make sure that we just get it in just enough to where it's kind of in the batter and it's smooth enough, and then stop.
You're not worried
pull
about
away
clumps?
and you're done. Yeah, you don't want to worry too much about clumps. You want it to be nice and smooth, but I find that people sort of just overdo it. They're like, I got to get it like perfect. And it's like, you don't need to worry about that. It's perfectly fine to just do it that way.
And Jocelyn, really quickly, put them in the pan to make sure they come out clean. What do you do with the pan?
Yes. So, lovely tip here. I love to add my parchment right into the pan. And here is my swap out of my batter. And this actually helps. So, like, when you're done with the baking, you can pull this right out of your pan without having to, like, go through all the crazy messiness.
That's yummy. And then we're making ice cream.
So,
are we making ice cream sandwiches?
After you make the perfect brownie, you're making it even better.
Yes, so like if you have any leftovers, and that's something that I find like I usually don't. Like people eat my brownies and then they're gone in like 2 seconds,
brownies?
And I'm like, hey, right, exactly. Like if you actually have leftover brownies, then this is like a fun thing to do. I've got 2 types of ice cream here, and I just grab some of my like 2 pieces of brownie, or you can split them in half if you like a thinner consistency, and I just grab an ice cream scoop. Add right to the center of this baby.
Wow. That looks good. Jocelyn, you are living right. You look so beautiful this morning. Can I just tell you with that yellow?
Thank you.
Hey, Jocelyn, really quickly.
On the brownie sandwiches.
Could you make twice the batter and freeze the brownies after they're baked?
Well, what I do is I take the leftovers and I just, whenever I have them, I take 2 pieces of brownie, or I split a brownie in half, and then I just add the ice cream right to the center.
All right. Jocelyn, thanks so much.
They're delicious
Always
brownies.
great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Okie doke. For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
Baby Cakes founder and our pal Jocelyn Delk Adams is here to share the sweet and simple recipe. We don't care if it's winter, we want key lime pie.
Key lime pie, yes.
Okay, we love key lime pie, and you're saying cook it all year long. Who cares? Bake it.
Oh my gosh, we make it for Christmas, we make it for Thanksgiving, like instead of like the traditional pumpkin, you know, we also have this next to the sweet potato pie, okay? Because my dad absolutely adores it, so I've got to make it year round.
All right, the best part I always think of a key lime pie is the crust.
Yes,
the crust
graham
has got to be
cracker.
on point.
Give me a graham
so get
cracker.
us started.
Oh my gosh, yes, I agree. So I've got some graham cracker crumbs. You can also just buy some graham crackers and grind them up in your food processor. I've got a little sugar because, you know, we're getting sweet here. And then I've got some melted butter. And I'm just going to do a quick whisk and get those all combined. And that's our crust. How easy was that, right?
Easy.
Yes. So I'm going to mix that all together, let that kind of become like wet sand, like that kind of consistency. And then I'm going to pour that right into our pie plate, which I've also
We
like
could
sprayed
do
with a
that.
nonstick spray.
Simple.
Yeah,
nonstick spray.
just get that in there.
Okay.
Yep. And then I'm just going to start patting down. You can pat down with your hands. You can also use like a measuring cup and also get that really smooth in there. This is what I like to do,
that's
so it looks
easy.
a little bit, you know, more professional
And
too
how do
on
you,
the side.
there, you get it up by pushing it up like that.
Yeah, you just start pushing it up the sides. Yep.
Okay, so we've got our crust.
Yeah.
You have to bake it first, is that true?
Yeah, so I like to bake mine for about maybe like 10 minutes just to kind of get like a nice kind of golden color on the outside. And it also kind of sets it up a little bit more too.
Okay.
So we're going to pretend like we baked this one.
Okay.
And we're going to get to our filling. Like really quickly, you can just get this together.
I know.
Okay.
Hey, speed here. We got to play the TV game, so we got to go fast.
Okay.
So I'm going to get to our filling. I've got some sweetened condensed milk here. I'm going to add that
look at
right
that.
into, oh yeah,
Thick, look at
right?
that.
I love the
Thick.
hums, like, thick.
Love
Thick,
that.
it's luscious, it's creamy. This is like that secret weapon in your key lime pie that gives it that beautiful, luscious consistency.
Okay.
And I've got some egg yolks.
Just the
We're
yolk.
going to
Just
skip
the
the
yolk.
whites. We're going to just the egg yolks. Going to make it super rich and delicious and actually like a nice moist texture.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add in just 2 more ingredients. Of course, our key lime juice.
Yes.
Grab this at
Where
the
do you
grocery
get-
store.
You can buy key lime juice at the grocery store?
Easily, right on the shelves. Or if you want to turn this into like a lemon, you know, baked pie, you can easily use lemon juice too. Yeah.
Can I ask a dumb
it's
question?
Great that way too.
Is key lime juice different than lime juice?
Is it just lime juice?
It totally is. No, it is. There are different key limes. They're like the little small limes that you'll see, those specialty limes, versus like those bigger limes that you see in the grocery
So
store.
when
So the
you-
key limes, it would take you a long time to juice all those.
You
by
have
the
to
way.
look for the actual key lime juice. Yes.
Yes, key lime juice.
Got
you want
it.
to grab that instead
Okay.
of the lime juice
Okay,
that
thank
you see in the
you.
grocery store.
Thank you.
And then finally, just a little vanilla.
Oh, yummy.
And I'm just going to whisk all that together until it combines, and it takes like a couple seconds.
And then how do you make it green?
You don't make it green. So when
you
you
don't?
see people with like the green
Yeah.
ones,
Yeah.
they've
That's
added like
food coloring.
to
Oh.
that. Yeah, that is not like a traditional, like real
Did
key
you
lime
think
pie.
he-
Like, we don't play around with that.
I sort of like it just like that, right?
Yeah, this is how you do it, right? This is the consistency. This is the look. This is what you want. And we're going to pour that right into.
Look at that. Look
Oh,
at
yeah.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
I just like to watch
Yeah.
the pouring.
I wish I could lick that. I know it has
It is
eggs in
kind
it,
of
but
seductive. It is
Okay,
beautiful.
now
Well,
what do
I
you
mean,
do?
hey, we got Valentine's Day coming up, right?
And you bake that
And
baby?
then if you, you bake this baby. If you have like a deeper pan, just maybe double the filling.
Yeah.
Totally up to you. And then if you want to do this beautiful variation that I have here, this is my raspberry
Ooh, pretty.
key lime pie. It's gorgeous, right?
and
it
you just
really
add a little
pops.
whipped cream on top?
Yeah, I just add a little whipped cream on top. Here, I just use some melted raspberry jam, and I kind of just spoon it over.
Make it marbleized.
Just drizzle. Yeah, and then just add something special to it. Or you can bake as is.
How long do you bake
and then
it,
I just kind of
Jocelyn?
you bake for about 10, 15
That's
minutes max,
easy.
and then it comes out like this.
Can we see?
There's our
Jocelyn.
traditional
Jocelyn,
key lime
thank
pie.
you.
Thank you, thank you.
Grandbaby cakes rock.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And for this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Spring has sprung. You're cordially invited to join me, Elizabeth Heiskell, for an outdoor brunch in my hometown, Oxford, Mississippi. Honey, I've catered many brunches over the years, and let me tell you, I've learned a trick or two, and I'm gonna share them with you. From creating an event that's simple yet elevated, to building a menu that's easily plated. Pouring simple sips that will leave you feeling just fine. You don't have to go overboard to have a good time. These tips will make planning oh so fast and will have you making memories that will last.
So let's get to it. We've got a lot to do. Welcome to Mississippi. We're so excited to have you. I love planning parties. And the beginning is when all of your creative juices are flowing. And this is one of my favorite ways to kind of rein everything in and start to really get a path that this party is gonna take.
Whether you're a first-time hostess or someone that caters parties all the time, I'm telling you, the key is to keep it simple. Because if you keep it simple, there's less stress, your cost is gonna be lower, and that means it's gonna be 3 times the fun. I'm gonna start pulling things that really resonate with me. I've decided that I really wanna have this brunch on the porch. In the South, we absolutely love our porches. And so that's why I've decided to go ahead and have a big long table on the front, and that's where we're gonna have brunch. It's been a while since we've all gathered together. I think everyone's kind of been, hibernating in their homes during winter. The idea of them all sitting around this wonderful long table, I think it's gonna be really magical. I normally gravitate towards pink. I have beautiful pink plates, I have pink napkins, but I've used them before. So I am gonna go in a different colorway. So we have lots of blue. So I really think that I'm gonna go with blue. It's the color of the sky. It's like a robin egg blue. To me, it screams fresh and bright and fun. I love the combination of spring green and blue. There are a lot of ways that we can bring these colors in, and that may be with the glassware, or maybe it's with the plates, maybe it's with the napkins. I love flowers, and these hydrangeas are really speaking to me. On our porch, we even had a little nest that had tiny baby birds in it last year, and I really haven't been able to get over that. Maybe we can work birds into this some way. Nothing screams brunch like eggs. We need to think of something that's gonna hold, that maybe even that we could reheat, like a frittata, or, oh, I know. Yes, we'll do a quiche, and then we can cook that ahead of time, and then it reheats beautifully. I like to do something that is a little bit heartier, maybe even with a pastry. I know. Okay, the sausage pinwheels. Let's think about those. So if we have the quiche, as my mom always said, well, what are you gonna have that's green on the plate? And I wanna remember that, so I'm gonna put this green here. Asparagus are in season right now, so that might be kind of fun. I feel like this salad is gonna look better on the plate. And then the dressing that's left over, we're gonna make that into a guest gift. So we can add that into something. Maybe a baby mason jar with a lid, and then put that maybe at the door when they leave. No, because then they're gonna forget it and nobody's gonna remember it. Oh, okay, no, I think what we'll do is we're gonna put that on the table. Yes, honey, we are getting ready. We are almost there. Then we need to think about dessert, and spring is strawberries. And I'm thinking I'm just gonna buy a pound cake. We're gonna cheat that, and that's okay. Sometimes we need a little break. Oh, a sweet twist on the classic. Okay, I'm glad I cut that one out because that reminds me. We need to think about a cocktail. Honestly, I'm kind of tired of mimosas. I love them, don't get me wrong, but I want to do something that's a little bit unusual and fresh. Yes, so lemons. So we'll do lemons instead of oranges, and we're gonna do my lemon sparkler. Still, we're gonna get those bubbles, that same festive feel, but just a little different takes. Okay, I'm really loving the way that this is looking. I think our menu is perfect. Lots that we can do ahead of time. We've committed to the blue and the spring green. So now that we've got this, another way that I get inspired is going to the fabric store. You can get a great deal on remnant fabric pieces, and then I'll use that for the table runner. That way you're not committed to spending a lot of money on a tablecloth that you may only use once. This one seems a little bit too busy to me. And then of course we love the birds. So I really do think that this is gonna be it. I absolutely love this. I just don't think that there's anything more spring-like than this runner. We're gonna come up with a schedule, and that will include everything from shopping to cooking, and then those final touches, the day of the party. We've drawn out our inspiration, and now we have a plan. So let's get to work. We've selected our runner, and we know it's gonna be the focal point. We need to make sure that it's pressed and ready to go. Once those are pressed, then we can pull out all of our plates, all of our glassware, and go ahead and find a spot in your home that you can leave all of this ready to go on the morning of the brunch. This is the perfect time to pull out those things that are special to you. For me, that's my silver strawberry baskets and colorful glasses. For things that you don't actually own, you can always borrow them from a friend. We know we're gonna give our vinaigrette as our guest gift. And this is the time when we have to decide, what are we gonna put that in? Let's go ahead and get those things ordered and ready. This is also the time to go ahead and make your cook list. A cook list is a perfect way to manage your time in the kitchen. I'm gonna put the sausage pinwheels at the beginning, and then it will lead all the way up to the day of the brunch. This is the point in time when you can go ahead and pull your vases out, get them washed, and make sure that they're ready for the flowers. But listen, don't think that you have to break the bank when dealing with flowers. The secret to making a store-bought bouquet amazing is to cut it open and then use individual flowers and group them according to their color. These little vases are also perfect because you don't have to do a lot to them. Just a few buds and you're finished. And coming up next, we're gonna work on our menu. We've chosen a menu that is super simple. We're gonna start with sausage pinwheels, and then we have a beautiful quiche Lorraine, as well as a simple green salad with my versatile vinaigrette. And don't forget the pound cake with a little bourbon whipped cream and fresh spring strawberries. You know, you have to remember the whole goal of this brunch is to try to do as much as possible ahead of time. So we're gonna go ahead and start with the sausage pinwheels. We're gonna go ahead and put the puff pastry on our cutting board. So we just wanna flour our puff pastry just a little bit, just so that it doesn't stick to the roller. And I'm even gonna put a little bit of flour on my rolling pin. So we're gonna roll this out until it's just about the size of our rolling pin. And that's gonna be perfect. And now we're gonna take our sausage. So this is just breakfast sausage. It's not been cooked. And you know, I'm sorry, hands are sometimes your best tool. What you wanna do is just get a thin layer, and it needs to be even, so that when we do get ready to roll this, we don't have any spots that are too thick. So you want to make sure that you're leaving a border. Really about an inch all the way around will be perfect. So now we're going to sprinkle our cheese on top and then a few green onions. Just a sprinkle is really about all you need. So we're going to roll this up on the longest side, and what you want to do is kind of roll and press. Roll and press. You want to make sure that you're evenly rolling this, and then I'll just kind of smush these ends down here. And now, as you can see, we have our little seam here. Just take your fingers and press it. And so now we'll just wrap it in plastic wrap and stick it in the refrigerator. It's gonna chill overnight. And then right before our guests arrive tomorrow morning, we're gonna pull it out, we'll slice it, cook it, and everyone is going to love it. We're gonna go ahead and start on the quiche Lorraine. So we're gonna start with a purchased pie crust. And I'm not embarrassed about it or ashamed to admit it. We've got a lot of things to do to get ready for this party, and this is just a little time saver. We do want to flour our pie crust. So just give it a nice sprinkle, and then I'm also gonna sprinkle my rolling pin. And then we just wanna roll it out a bit. And so we will take our crust, we're gonna place it into our dish. So now you can see we have plenty of extra dough that's spilling over the side so that we can make a gorgeous ruffled edge. And you wanna make sure that you fold these edges under, not only because it's gonna be pretty, but also because it's gonna cook evenly. And now if you'll take your two fingers and almost make a little V, and then you take your thumb here. And that's it. Look at how easy. I mean, oh my Lord, look at that. So it's very simple. It takes a little bit of time, but it's really gonna make the difference in the way this final quiche looks. And your guests will never guess that this crust was store-bought. But these are the little details that will make all the difference in this amazing brunch. And now we're gonna go ahead and add our bacon. Just know that with quiche, it's almost like a blank canvas. You know, there's hardly anything that you can't put in here that wouldn't be delicious. So if bacon is not your thing, I feel very sorry for you. Feel free to maybe add spinach or tomatoes. And now we'll add our cheese. And now it's time for the filling. We're just gonna crack one egg, and then we're gonna add our flour. So this recipe is a little bit different because we do add flour to the egg and whisk it very, very well. It helps to stabilize the custard, making it super light and very fluffy. So now that this is mixed, we can go ahead and add the rest of our eggs. So we want to mix this very, very well. And now we're going to go ahead and season this. So we're going to add a pinch of cayenne and 1/2 teaspoon of salt. And you know, normally we would say salt and pepper to taste. You really don't want to taste raw eggs. So that's why we're being really precise on this. And also, eggs really need to be seasoned well. And now that's been mixed in. And we're gonna add our cream. And there we are. Just a little cream. I mean, you know, there is nothing wrong with a little cheese, bacon, butter, and cream. And so now, we are gonna use a whole nutmeg. If you don't have whole nutmeg or can't find it, you can certainly use the nutmeg that's already ground, but I do have to tell you, it's worth the effort. This step is pretty important in the final product and the way that it tastes. And now this is completely mixed in. We're gonna pour it right over our cheese and bacon mixture. We're gonna just mix up the bacon and the cheese a little bit. So we have 10 friends coming tomorrow, and I decided to go ahead and make 2 quiches just to make sure that everybody has enough. And then this is gonna go into a 350-degree oven until it's completely cooked. The great news is about a quiche is that it doesn't mind being reheated. The quality will be the exact same. The taste will be the exact same. What you're looking for is a beautiful golden crust, but then you have to make sure that the middle is set. You can even take a knife and insert it, and if it comes out clean, then you know you are ready to pull these quiches out. So we're gonna put these on the board to cool, and once they've cooled completely, we're gonna cover them before we put them in the refrigerator. And then tomorrow, before our guests arrive, we'll just have to reheat them. So now the quiche is done and it's in the refrigerator. So we can go ahead and make our vinaigrette. Obviously, we don't want to dress the salad this early because it would be a soggy mess, but we can make this vinaigrette ahead of time. So we're gonna start with apple cider vinegar, and there aren't many ingredients to this vinaigrette, but each one of them is very important. Now we will add our honey, and that's really gonna kind of offset the tartness of the apple cider vinegar. And then we have our garlic, and then Dijon. Most vinaigrette recipes that you see have the addition of some type of mustard. So we have two things that do not love each other. We have oil and we have vinegar. And I kind of consider the Dijon sort of it's like the marriage counselor between two people that don't get along. It's really gonna help bind the ingredients to make a smooth, velvety vinaigrette. Now we're gonna season with our pepper, and then we have our salt. Now, I do want to give this a nice whisk. Make sure that this is thoroughly mixed, and then we're gonna add our olive oil. You want to make sure that you slowly drizzle the oil. Because we have so few ingredients in a vinaigrette, the technique really is important. This does take a minute, and you have to be patient, but this really will ensure that our vinaigrette is gonna be velvety and smooth and not broken. You know, I love to give a guest gift. And since I was making this vinaigrette anyway, it was a no-brainer. So we just doubled the recipe, and now we're gonna fill these little jars, tie them with a blue ribbon, of course, since that's the theme that we're working with for this spring brunch. I mean, are these not adorable? So now these are all done and ready for our guests. It's just a little way of letting them know that you're thankful that they came. And you know, when you get invited somewhere, your first question should be, well, what can I bring? As a guest, you also want to bring your hostess a gift. And I will tell you that one of my favorite things to bring to a hostess is maybe cinnamon rolls or muffins. I know that the hostess has been incredibly busy getting ready for the day, and it would be nice to have something for them to enjoy the next morning. So that's it for the savory part of this brunch. And next, we're moving on to dessert and drinks, my favorite part. And now it's time for my favorite part, dessert. We're making a pound cake with bourbon whipped cream and macerated strawberries. We're gonna start with the whipped cream. A chilled bowl really is the secret to making sure that your whipped cream whips up beautifully and fluffy. So we have our chilled bowl. We're gonna add our heavy cream. And then we have powdered sugar. And now we'll add our vanilla. And then we're gonna use a hand mixer. So we're gonna start slow and then gradually take the speed up. So as if heavy cream and sugar aren't enough, we're gonna add a little bit of bourbon to this. Just put a little bit in the whipped cream, a little bit in our mouth. Oh, that's good. We're gonna whip just a little bit more. We really wanna whip it till it's just a little bit under stiff peaks because we're gonna put this in the refrigerator and let it chill overnight. And then tomorrow, after the guests arrive and we're about to serve dessert, we'll pull it out of the refrigerator. We're gonna give it a good whisk and re-fluff it. So now we're gonna cover it and put it in the refrigerator until tomorrow. So now that the whipped cream is finished and in the refrigerator, we're gonna go ahead and start on our berries. I just think that there's hardly anything more perfect in spring than strawberries. And this is one of the easiest ways to prepare strawberries. We're just gonna remove the tops of the strawberries, add them to our bowl, and then we want to bring in our sugar. So we're just gonna give this a nice dusting of sugar. So you wanna make sure that you mix this well and that the sugar is evenly distributed over the strawberries. That way it's gonna make a really beautiful syrup that's gonna be fabulous when we get ready to top this pound cake. Okay, that looks beautiful. We'll go ahead and cover it. So the good news about these strawberries is that they really need to sit overnight in order to create that wonderful syrup, which works perfectly for our stress-free brunch because we can do it ahead. So now we've got these covered and they're gonna go in the refrigerator. We're dusting this store-bought pound cake with a little bit of powdered sugar, and that's gonna make it look even more homemade. We're trying to eliminate any steps for tomorrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and slice the pound cake. Now, I don't want it to dry out, so all I'm gonna do is make these slices and then cover the cake as well as the cake stand. And then tomorrow, all we have to do is take it off the stand and put it on the plate. That's so easy. And now we'll use our clear wrap to wrap the entire cake stand. And then we can put this aside and it's done until tomorrow. And now comes the fun part when we get to test our cocktail recipe. So this lemon sparkler is in my cookbook, Come On Over, and it's super simple. One of the things that you want to remember when making a cocktail for a party is that you really need to test it a day or two before, just to make sure that you have your measurements precise. There's nothing wrong with a little taste testing. So we're gonna start with lemon sorbet, and I love these melon ballers for this because you get just the right amount in the bottom of the glass. Now we're gonna add the limoncello. The key to a really good cocktail is making sure that your measurements are precise. So that's why we're gonna use a jigger for this. And now we'll top with champagne. Not everyone cares for alcohol, and when planning a party, you need to consider all of your guests and their needs. So we will leave one of these that we'll make into a mocktail. So instead of champagne, we're just gonna do a lemon seltzer that will be lovely. And the garnishes, they're really one way to elevate a simple cocktail like this. I love to finish it with a little bit of mint and maybe even a little lemon twist. And now for the very best part, the taste test. Oh, honey, that is absolutely perfect. Now that the menu's complete and the big day's almost here, we'll be back with a few finishing touches. The day is finally here, and I'm so excited to welcome my guest. We've done most everything ahead of time, so this isn't going to be stressful. So let's go get the pinwheels. Now we just have to unroll them and then slice them. And then we take these and put them on our sheet pan. Once we finish these, we will brush it with an egg wash, which will help it to brown really evenly, and we'll go straight into our oven. So these will go in first since they're gonna take longer. The quiches aren't gonna take very long to reheat. So now we'll go ahead and get our quiches out and get those reheated. We wanna make sure that we really cover them well before they go in the oven. Otherwise, they're gonna continue to brown, and that is not what we want. Now we'll go ahead and pull our beautiful salad together. When you're dressing a salad, it's like the toothpaste in a tube. Once it's out, you cannot put it back in. So we're gonna start slowly. Now, the taste test. It's absolutely perfect. You wanna always be able to taste the lettuce. We have beautiful spring greens, and everybody wants to taste them. Now that the salad is made, we can go ahead and get our whipped cream. We wanna fluff it up a little bit. Do you see how the peaks are just falling over? That's the exact consistency that we want. These have got to stay chilled until right before we serve. We'll go ahead and pull our strawberries out. They've been sitting overnight. And so what we want to do is give them a nice stir. Oh, y'all, that syrup. Oh, there's the doorbell. That must be Annie. Hey, Annie, how are you?
Good.
Oh, it's so good to see you. And what'd you bring me?
Muffins.
Oh, my Lord, I'm so excited. I asked her to come over and help with a few last-minute details. So now it's just the flowers, and we are done.
Perfect.
Didn't these turn out cute?
I love them.
Oh, it's just looking so pretty. I just love it. It's party time, and I'm so excited.
Hello.
Oh, you're my first guest.
Oh my gosh, I'm so
good
excited.
to see you.
Thank you for having us.
Once your guests arrive, all you have to do is pull them out of the oven. And so we'll just top with a little bit of fresh basil, and that adds that pretty green. Does that not make all the difference? Okay, guys, come on, let's sit down. Come on out and take a seat anywhere that you like.
This is lovely.
This is gorgeous.
Look, your flowers are beautiful. Y'all got lucky.
So here we are. I hope y'all are hungry. This is my versatile vinaigrette recipe. We did them in these little jars for y'all to take home, so you'll have a little keepsake.
Oh,
that's
so
sweet.
sweet.
Isn't that sweet? And here is our quiche. Alicia, would you like me to serve you?
Yes.
That's really good.
You know, I just feel like we've all been kind of, huddled in our homes during winter, and now that the weather's nice, I just wanted to get all my friends together. I've been missing y'all.
So fun. Dude, who would you want to have brunch with if you could pick anybody?
You.
Me? Oh.
That was cute.
I know.
Okay, so I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for dessert. So beautiful strawberries and bourbon whipped cream.
Those look so good. I don't know the last time I had pound cake. This is so good.
Yeah, I know. And there's nothing wrong with a little bourbon in your whipped cream. I can't thank you all enough for coming. I'm so grateful that y'all all came today to celebrate and to enjoy this wonderful spring brunch. You know, having a brunch doesn't have to be stressful. It can be easy and super fun, especially if you do things ahead, have a plan, and stick to it. Cheers, everyone! Cheers!
Okay, if you're having friends over for Christmas cocktails, you'll need some delicious finger foods.
Wow. So we called up one of our favorites, the hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth Haskell. She's going to show us 3 easy appetizers that are always a hit with every party.
I don't want to say what you just called me.
No,
It's fine.
everybody heard.
But wait, here's
Everybody
the
heard.
thing. We have a challenge for you guys real quick before we start this cooking segment. Elizabeth High School is on Instagram.
Yes.
What's your handle?
So it's Elizabeth High School Official.
Official. Okay. She only has how many?
No, that's a lot.
Oh, that was
she
me.
said only.
15,000.
No,
That's
that's
a
a
lot.
lot.
Well-
But can we just see by the end of this segment? Let's see
just
how
see.
many followers
Yo,
Elizabeth High
follow
School
because she-
Official.
I mean, look at how cute that is.
Okay.
So,
Okay. We're
Rosemary
ready.
with the
Now, this is-
cranberry.
it's
Okay, we're ready.
adorable. So my cute friend Julio, she has a holiday party for the girls. It's called Joy to the Girls. And you know me right now with Joy. It's all about what I'm working with. So anyway, so it's super easy hors d'oeuvres. Lots of fun. We're going to start with a Christmas
by the way, that's a
margarita.
beautiful-
A Christmas margarita. Did you make this just for us?
I did.
you.
Well, you know, we know you love margaritas.
Yes, I do.
And so all we did was rosemary, stick a little cranberry in there, and that's a fun garnish.
And what kind of margarita is it?
So it's cranberry juice, orange juice, lime juice, and some tequila, honey.
The only
We
difference
love
is
the
the cranberry,
tequila.
which makes it look a little
Isn't that
married.
good?
By the way, I love that.
So listen,
put that
then we have these stuffed mushrooms, which I adore because they're simple. These are creminis. You could use a button mushroom. Pull out the center.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go. These are some other ones that we just chopped up. We're going to
Okay.
put them in our pan and do a little saute.
Okay.
We've got some onions.
Yummy.
We also have some red peppers. Cream cheese.
Yes, queen.
Yeah, I mean,
look at
come
that.
on. And then sausage.
And what about
I mean,
this?
that hits all
What-
the food groups,
what's-
doesn't it? I mean, pretty much.
What's in here?
Oh, and that's Worcester, so let's add that too.
What'd you say, Worcester?
Worcester.
You call it Worcester?
Worcester.
I
And
like
so,
it.
Worcester.
That's what it should be called.
It should be
No one
Worcester.
can say
Have y'all ever
Worcester.
had cream cheese with jelly on top and
Pepper
that's
jelly.
Yeah.
Pepper jelly.
And that's it.
That's the best.
The last time I did it, I ate a whole block. I cannot even talk about it. It was terrible. Okay, so now we'll stuff them, and then the great thing is you can make these ahead. You can also take these little jokers and freeze them.
Do you cook these or you just leave it like
Yeah.
that?
So once they stuff, then they're going to go into
was
the
that?
oven, and then we're going to cook them for for 350 for about 5 to 10 minutes.
I have to say,
okay?
without the cream cheese, that would be a flop.
Oh, you
But
know,
the
you
cream
have
cheese-
to have the cream cheese. Yeah.
Right.
And then it also makes a great dip. You could just serve that with tortilla chips too.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Now, pecans.
we're still here.
We love our pecans. This is one of my favorite gifts to give.
Oh.
You know, just as a little holiday thing.
Yeah, cute.
These have been soaking in maple sugar and maple syrup and water.
And now we're
then
adding-
I have salt, cayenne, and paprika. Mix it up. Sheet pan, 350
Bake 'em?
degrees. Yes, bake them. Set a timer, people.
Why?
You're
Don't
always
burn
you're
'em?
gonna burn them. You're gonna burn them, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
Nuts are expensive, y'all.
Okay, now
they are.
Now, nuts are expensive, but the best holiday dish, in my opinion, is a brie cheese. You said we're bringing it back. It didn't go anywhere.
So it never went anywhere for you.
So what are you
this
doing
is
right
funny.
now?
So I'm taking off the top of this brie because, honey, we're gonna stuff it,
Wait,
and then
what?
we're gonna wrap it. And it is going to be divine.
You're gonna stuff it
yes.
and wrap
So we
it?
pull it off.
Okay.
Now, then what we're going to do is we're going to add that honey. And it's a praline brie because we know New Orleans is your
Yes.
heart.
Wait,
What should I do?
Yeah, drizzle it.
Drizzle it.
And then we're going to take those spiced pecans, and you could
These?
use any nut. Yes, you could do
Stick 'em on
walnuts.
top?
Could you use it?
And they don't even have to be spiced. They could just be toasted.
They're
now
on
add
top?
that.
Okay, and
now
then this?
let's get our brown sugar, and you're just going to kind of pack it on top.
Oh, put it all on there?
Yeah.
Okay,
And then just kind of press it. Now watch. So then
What-
we're
look
coming
what you-
over
look
here.
what's
Put it in your phyllo.
And then we're just, this is puff pastry.
Oh,
puff
So
pastry.
do you see how easy? And don't get nervous. You know, there were always things, because I wasn't like classically trained, shocker.
you're just good.
And so there were things like puff pastry that I would go, well, I can't do puff pastry.
That's
How
it?
do you buy it in a box? And then,
Then what do you
and
do?
then
You
all you do is
egg
just,
wash.
yeah, a little egg wash, and that's going to give us that gorgeous
Oh,
color.
my
You're
God.
going to put this into
Wait.
an oven, 350 degrees.
How many minutes?
This is my favorite.
You know,
Oh,
just
thank you.
till it's brown and runny and gooey and fabulous, honey.
Now, can I ask a question?
People are not going to leave
Yes, you
this.
can.
They
Can
are
I
gonna
ask
be-
you something?
Yes, yes,
For
honey.
some reason, whenever I do this, the top burns. Am I doing something wrong?
Okay, did you number one, preheat your oven.
Okay.
Okay? Put it in the middle of the oven.
Okay.
If it starts to get dark, don't panic. Just cover it with foil
my God.
and keep cooking it.
Foil.
Okay?
Full.
Foil.
Okay, so how many did you have before?
How many
15,000?
followers?
Oh, they're almost at 16,000. We're going to get more.
16,000?
Almost. We're going to keep it going.
So we got
y'all.
500. We
Go
can keep
to-
going. No, we got 800. Let's keep it.
Oh, we got 800. Okay, that's
Listen, this is what we want.
awesome.
Elizabeth High School official. Elizabeth High School official.
You guys, she has the best recipes. She's
best.
hilarious. She's such a
Let's
fun
go.
follow. All right, to get these recipes, head to today.com/food.
All right, this morning on Today Food, we are answering the age-old summer party question, what can I bring? Well, Today contributor Elizabeth High School has 2 delicious summer salad recipes, and no pressure, Elizabeth. But there are 3 Yankees eating your food. We need them to be in good health. I hope this is good and tasty.
They're cute. They're cute.
They're cute.
Honey,
They want ribs. I don't know if they want this.
You're here on salad day, sorry.
We told him to stay away from the drinks, though.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. She's got a heavy pour.
Absolutely. So, I mean, y'all know it's hot as the hinges of hell in the
Yeah.
South right now. And nobody wants to be sweating in the kitchen. So we're going to do these great, easy salads that we can pull together quickly.
Okay.
This is a
all right, so
shaved
now I'm going to
vegetable
get
salad.
you. Yes, it's
I've never shaved a vegetable.
I still don't like you with knives.
No,
You
no,
need
no,
to
no,
have a
no,
cooking
no,
show.
no. She is wonderful.
No. Are you
All right,
sure
so
high
here we
school?
go. Take off the ends here. Very
Don't be
good.
so snappy
and
about
then
Oh,
we're
just-
going to shave it just like this.
Oh, okay.
Careful.
Look at you. Okay, Maddie. Okay, Maddie, you got it. Yeah, okay, keep going.
Yeah, real
So now we go in here. Now, with
I
our
don't
fennel,
like yours.
You're making.
and then with our fennel. Oh,
not-
come on.
mine
I
looks
had
like I'm
such high
peeling it.
hopes. All right, let's move on over. Let's move to the fennel
Is
then.
this the
you
fennel?
move to the
Okay,
fennel.
yes. All right.
Now, if you don't
keep
love
shaving.
fennel,
Oh, you're better at that.
if
Okay.
you don't love fennel, you can always use celery. That's a great option. We're gonna put that in there, and then we're gonna start making our dressing.
You're
Y'all
moving so
keep
fast for
shaving.
us. Okay,
Y'all
yes, keep
shaving.
going. All right, we're
So we've
shaving.
got a little bit of
Okay.
honey. We've got some Dijon. We also have got some lemon juice.
Okay.
And then we're gonna slowly drizzle the oil in here. The
oil.
oil. I knew. I
Drizzle
was
the
waiting.
oil.
Yankees
I
love
was
it.
waiting.
Wait,
Yankees love
Y'all
it.
like it?
Pause for Yankees reaction. Okay, what are y'all doing? What do you think?
Delicious.
You know, and that's the thing. I mean, really, y'all forget
Feels
it.
like
Listen,
summer.
we need to drink.
Yes.
That's not fair. They're drinking, and I want to drink.
I know, but they got a game. When's the next game?
So these
Tonight.
Tonight.
No, they're going to be mad.
I'm going to be the
Take
reason.
his
If
drink.
they get, no, they got drunk on the Today Show.
Please win, or we're going to have angry Yankees fans
These
out
are
our window.
virgins.
No, I
Okay,
don't
keep
like
going.
No, they're not.
Okay. So now we're gonna.
Oh my God, that is
isn't it
raw.
wonderful? It is a peach and Aperol
They taste great.
margarita.
had to
You know
save
we
him.
love a
We love.
margarita.
Okay, this is beautiful. Now what
It
do we
is.
do?
So now what we do is we're gonna add pine nuts. We're adding pine nuts. We're adding parmesan.
Okay, sorry, I got
We're
distracted.
gonna add that vinaigrette that I just made.
Yeah.
Let's get the
All
vinaigrette
right,
in
it is.
there.
Yeah, the vinaigrette.
Dump it in?
Mhm.
Yes,
And the
please.
fennel too. The whole thing.
And then yes, and
Okay,
then
then I'll
I
toss
want
it.
you to
Watch me
fennel,
toss.
and then you're gonna toss.
What about these? They're
All
going.
right, now this salad is one of my favorite things. It's everything
Wait,
from
are
the
we all
farmer's
done?
market.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's
We
it.
didn't
It's
taste
just
it.
a
Moving on.
super
Well, just
easy
move on.
salad.
We don't have time for all that.
So,
We got to keep it
all
cushion.
right, so here we are. This is farmer's market salad. The deal is, if it grows together,
Right.
it goes together, okay?
What does that mean?
So we have, well, because corn, peaches.
Okay, got it.
If you see it at a farmer's market, it's all going to go together. So it doesn't matter. You can put anything you love in there.
Okay.
Now this is
So
my
what'd you
favorite
put?
trick. So
Wait,
when
look what
you've
she's
got
doing.
you've got all these little tomatoes.
Yes, oh, I wanna
okay?
see this.
So we're going to put this on top, and
Oh,
then you
look
just
at
cut
that.
straight through.
That's
Isn't
a pro
that
tip.
fun? Yes.
Come on.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
life
good.
hack.
That's a hack, right?
So then we're going to add this in.
Life hack.
And then I've got smoked chicken. Now listen, you can just go to your local barbecue stand, pick up some smoked chicken,
stick it in.
or I mean, you can smoke your own.
Okay.
I think that's legal in y'all's state now.
Yeah.
Is it?
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought so.
Not in Mississippi.
All right, so let's work on our vinaigrette.
Okay.
No, yeah, not in Mississippi, not
Okay, what are we
yet,
doing?
not ever, probably. All right, so let's go ahead and add some lemon juice to this.
Lemon juice.
And then we've got balsamic. We're going to throw in 2 cloves of garlic.
Just whole like that?
Okay. Because we're going to blend it.
Okay.
And then a
Zesting.
little bit of zest, which we love a zester.
Yes, and what's
And
this?
the Parmesan's going to go
The
in.
whole thing?
It's a Parmesan
Wow.
vinaigrette.
What's the drink, Elizabeth?
Yeah,
The
we're-
drink is a peach and Aperol margarita.
Yes.
That's
I
fantastic.
mean, is it not one of the best things you've ever put in your
This is
mouth?
so good.
Yankees like it? We're out of time.
like
we
I'm in
are
Italy.
out of time.
Like in Italy? You enjoyed it?
Delicious. Yes.
Oh,
Amazing. Thank you very much.
All right,
I'm going to
well-
need this recipe.
They're all they're fueled up and liquored up for the game tonight.
Liquored up for the game.
Thanks, Elizabeth. You'd have it no other way. If you want to get your hands on these recipes, go
How
to
we do the show every day.
today.com/food.
We've got Elizabeth High School here, and you guys are cooking up skirt steaks, some roasted
Yes.
vegetables. But
Okay.
I've never been on this side of you during a cooking segment.
Well, believe me, I've never been on this side of a cooking segment. But we are making skirt steak, and Elizabeth's going to help me. But we made this on the first episode of the show that's about to roll out. It's easy if I can do it.
But why did you want to have a cooking show?
Oh, well, I mean, I didn't. I wanted to learn to cook. You guys know, like, the 10 years I've been on this show, they've been trying for 10 years to teach me how. And I was like, I never learn, because what they do is they set it all up.
We do it all.
And then I'm
we
like,
do it all the
they're
work.
like, dump it, and oh, it's presto done. I'm like, I don't know how to cut.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know how to grill cheese. I don't know how to do. So I was like, okay, let's do it, but we gotta.
And every time I would try to take over, she would say, no,
I
let
need to cut
me,
it. I
let
wanna
me.
learn.
Now, have you actually gone out on your own and tried
Yes,
this at
I
home?
have committed for myself to make every single thing, and I've done almost all the recipes.
You
we've
made a
done.
Valentine's Day dinner
I
for
did. I
Mike.
made
I'm
a filet
inspired.
mignon for Mike with roasted vegetables.
I'm inspired.
Let's get to the roasted vegetables.
I can. I can dream.
There's a whole
proud
awesome
of her.
breakfast episode that's coming up in a couple weeks where it's like homemade pancakes that are easy and delicious. My kids were dying. I put like
Oh my gosh.
chocolate chips in them. I learned how to fry an egg properly. Don't laugh.
It's a talent.
No,
It's
frying
all
an egg
it's
is not easy.
It's not easy.
Okay.
How about
Okay,
vegetables?
so let's roast
Okay,
some
so this is
veggies.
roasting vegetables. I think, we have this like easy
I will
peasy
say,
little thing.
Calvin uses the same knife, so this is great.
Now, she can use the big
Who
knife.
put the baby knife in here? I can handle it. Okay, this is easy. Well, this is just slicing. I mean, anybody can use zucchini. But anyway,
You're going
here's
really
the
fast
thing.
in this.
Does it
I
matter
know. Wait, actually, Elizabeth
thickness
told
the
me.
slices are?
Very, very.
I don't know.
What,
Why are
honey?
you asking
Does it
me that?
matter what thickness the slices
Well,
are?
exactly. Yes, you do. Remember our roasting chart. We want to make sure that they're all uniform pieces so
Look
that they're
at
going to
this.
cook
Wait, I'm gonna
at the
reach in
same
here.
time.
Wow.
Right?
This
And we
is
do have
incredible.
this great
These are
chart.
all the same
And so that's the thing.
thickness.
You're going to get all of these methods
That's
and
amazing.
techniques that you'll be able to use in your own cooking. This chart is unbelievable. So
Right.
it
What
has
is this?
all
Yeah, show
different-
the chart. This
So
chart, I
lots
framed
of-
this. I
Yes.
framed it and put
so
it in my
different
house.
vegetables, how long you cook them, cool, salt, pepper, toss, don't crowd them on the pan. It just kind of has, it's like your little cheat sheet.
But it tells
And
you
it's
what each vegetable, how long you roast it.
It's
Okay,
pretty
very
simple.
nice.
It says
So now let's
vegetables
see.
Okay, so
and
let's
oil.
say you did
That's
that presto.
incredible.
Okay, now listen, be generous with your oil. That's what Elizabeth High School would say. Don't be cheap
It's a
about it.
four-syllable word.
And then
Oil.
and then
Generous
be
with
generous
salt.
with your salt. Like I always was really not. And then
Perfect.
also I am weird. I never want to touch anything, but they let me wear gloves. Like because I'm like my
No,
hands
I'm
are
the
probably
same
dirty.
way.
Okay, here I'll use these.
Use that.
Anyway, you put them on there and then you roast
sure they're
for
coated. What's the
temperature?
Yeah, how long?
So these are going to go
Look
in
on our chart.
450 degrees.
450.
So we
Okay.
want, because we want it to caramelize, we
Right.
want that beautiful
But look at
color.
when you set it on the tray and just use a non-stick
Okay.
like this and separate it. Make sure they have
Yeah.
room.
Okay, how about
Don't
the
crowd
skirt?
'em.
The
Did
skirt
y'all
steak.
just hear what she said? She
Don't
said,
crowd 'em.
don't crowd the
Don't
vegetables.
crowd the vegetables.
Listen, I made roasted broccoli. It was delicious.
Okay.
Okay, so now
now
here
this
we are
is
over
the
here.
skirt steak. It's because it's almost as big as your skirt. You can go all around, so you got to cut it. Where's my knife? Oh, here, watch out.
Good.
So you cut, right?
Yes,
Don't I?
yes,
Okay, so
that's
you
it.
just
You're
trim
doing-
it like this?
Uh-huh.
So there.
Just because we want to make sure it's going to be able to fit in the pan.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
if you're doing this at home and you have a grill, that's great. We don't. So let's go ahead and make our marinade.
make a
and then
marinade.
we're
What's the
going to
marinade?
add our
Okay, this is like some
Bayer chipotle peppers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then now if
Brown
you're-
sugar.
Brown sugar.
So the brown
See,
sugar
I'm
doesn't
trying to take
burn
over, so I
on the
gotta keep-
pan?
Okay.
No,
No, we're
because we're going
marinating.
to pat it.
You only have a minute left, so I'm going to try it.
Is that soy sauce?
Uh-huh.
And what? Maple syrup? No,
Balsamic.
balsamic, like I said.
And because
Yeah, okay.
it's so thin, it cooks pretty quickly, right?
It does,
How long?
absolutely. So just
You
a
need
little little bit on each side, probably about 3 minutes per side is all you're going to need to do.
Okay, but wait, I thought we marinated marinated this
So
overnight.
Put your meat in the marinade now, and anything 4 hours, 8 hours.
Right. In the
you know,
fridge.
exactly.
But then when you take it out, you want to pat it dry.
God, look at this! I mean, she's
Pat it
learning.
dry.
amazing.
Yes.
I
okay.
love this.
Then you
Good.
coat your pan. I like to use a cast iron.
Yes.
You coat it with like canola oil or whatever. Right?
And
Is that
then,
right?
and then
Ooh,
once
I
you've
love that
cooked it,
sizzle.
you got to let it rest, right?
You do.
You let it rest for about 10 minutes
Thank
out.
you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have any more?
And what about
Listen to
should
her.
you cook it against the grain? Cut it against the grain?
Oh,
or
well,
with
I mean,
the
if you don't know what you're doing, you cut with the grain.
How do you cut that
But since I do,
Yes.
you cut against the grain, like
very
that,
nice.
right?
Look at that.
Yes, she's so
Very
happy.
nice.
Everyone's holding their breath in the Today Cooking department.
Especially me.
Yeah, because it's like, did
You've
she
been a
really
really
learn
good
anything?
coach.
But I've learned a lot.
It's delicious.
Terrific.
And
We have to
mainly,
go.
honestly, I'm just a little more confident to try.
We're
I
so
mean, you
proud.
inspire. There are a lot of us who feel this
Yes.
way.
There you go.
I mean,
And
I
this
could
is so
cry.
yummy.
I swear, I'm so proud of you.
We're on a
Savannah,
journey.
Elizabeth, thank you so
Thank you
much.
for having us.
Today, contributor Elizabeth Heiskell is going to show all of us how to use those fresh summer veggies in 2 great recipes. Let us tell you about her book, shall we? Her new book, it's called Come On Over, Southern Delicious for Every Day and Every Occasion. So good to have you back.
It's so
missed you
good
so
to
much.
be back. I mean,
Yes.
I'm serious. I'm the happiest person in New York City right now. I've just been thrilled to be here.
Well,
I've been
we want-
waiting.
we
Counting
wanna know
days.
how to make this.
So
Yes.
this is my favorite thing. I love eggplant. But I think people, number one, a lot of people just say, I don't like eggplant.
Yeah.
Well, they've never had
It's
it cooked
intimidating.
properly.
Right.
Or they just don't know how to cook it.
That's me.
This is the key. You have to salt it before you start, okay?
Otherwise it's just a watery
what
mess,
happens
right?
is, yes, it has a lot of moisture. It also can be a little bit bitter. If you salt it, though, it's going to draw the
So what do you
moisture
mean?
out
What
and
do I
the
have to do?
bitterness.
You put it in there.
So we're going to chop it up.
Right.
You're going to salt it.
Okay.
And then you're going to let it sit for about
Okay.
20 minutes.
And you don't have to
Now,
peel it?
No, you don't
Okay.
have to peel it for this recipe.
Okay.
Then you're going to pull it out of that, and
Okay.
you do have to drain it. Otherwise, this is going to be too salty.
Okay.
You won't be able to use it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have our tomatoes. These are fresh, beautiful tomatoes
Beautiful.
with their juice. We're going to do a little bit of olive oil, a little
Okay.
bit of salt, and then that's going to go in the oven. Now,
Oh.
the reason we're doing that is because we want to deepen
Oh,
it. We
that's
want it to
that.
caramelize. Yes,
Ooh.
we want it to caramelize, and that's what's going to happen by roasting it. Okay.
If you by chance don't have time to cut up tomatoes, can you use canned
Absolutely, and
Okay.
out of season.
Okay.
So
Chanel's
if
asking
you're
for a
in
friend.
the so if you're in the if it's winter, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, now watch
Look at all
this.
that garlic.
Yes. So we're going to go garlic whole cloves. See, you
Yep.
don't even have to chop that
Easy
up.
peasy.
And then everything's just going to go in.
Oh, that's yummy.
That was a little
Can't
bit of
beat it.
olive oil already in there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to give it a stir. Now,
Wanna try
this
some
is
veggies?
something. You know, I mean, for a Monday night, there's no reason in the world that we can't make it special.
Okay.
Did you see how long that took me?
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know you
So
say that
quick.
you're not a good chopper, but you can use big
my God.
pieces. It could be big, huge pieces, as long as they're all the same size. We just want it to
And you
cook
just serve it and eat it just like that.
A little bit of basil on top.
Wait, this is this?
Yes.
This is phenomenal.
I know it is.
I was thinking it was going to be harder. So easy.
And
What's in
so
here?
then we
Vinegar?
add a little bit of vinegar at the end, and that just kind of gives it another level of flavor.
Oh my gosh.
Now, this can be served room temperature, cold. It's perfect for summer entertaining because
Sit out for a while.
put it in there, done. Now, we're gonna have some leftovers. I always double that recipe.
Hence Make Ahead Monday.
Yes, and so now this is the thing. This is gonna knock your socks off.
Okay, do it.
It is a vegetable lasagna. We're gonna use our ratatouille.
Okay.
We do make a bechamel, which is just a cream sauce. Okay.
Okay.
So we have a little bit of flour. We're adding this to our butter, which is already in here. Now, you have got to whisk this, or it is going to lump all up on you, and you do not want a lumpy
don't want
cream
lumpy.
sauce.
Okay.
But see how nice that is,
Oh, yeah.
Dylan?
That's so creamy.
We also have a bay leaf
I
in
was just
here.
about to say you put a bay leaf in there. Okay.
Now, this is my favorite. So,
Nutmeg.
if you're going to use nutmeg, you please get the whole cloves.
Okay.
And use your grater.
Yes,
all right.
ma'am. We
And you
Now,
don't need much,
because no, you don't need much because the other once it's grated, it really loses a lot of its flavor.
Okay.
And if you don't have one of these, you need a grater.
I
Everybody
just
needs a
got
grater.
one.
I'm telling you,
Not
they,
even kidding.
they are the best. They are the best. Now, this is not what you use on your feet though if
Right.
you have calluses. All right. This is stays in the kitchen.
Might be a bit much.
Don't be taking this in the bathroom. Okay, good.
This is why we missed you.
Now, we're going to add a little bit of salt to this,
Okay.
and now we're going to
Is that
add our
heavy
milk.
cream or milk?
This is just milk.
Okay.
And then it's going to thicken up because we have that flour and butter mixture. Let that get a little bit thick.
Okay.
Now here's the fun part.
Okay.
Now I've gotten a little spoiled with these. These are the no-bake lasagna noodles.
My language.
Yes, yes.
So you don't bake
they're
those at all?
yummy.
No, you don't. You're gonna bake them in
It
here,
steeps
and they
them.
work
Okay.
beautifully. You know, you don't have to use them. You could certainly use regular, obviously.
Okay.
Now here's our fabulous ratatouille.
Yum, yum.
Don't y'all love it when I speak fancy French? I practiced that in the mirror
trying it
all
out.
morning. I was like, ratatouille. Ratatouille.
Listen.
Anyway,
Southern accent just disappears.
it works. So
Oh, my gosh.
we have our ratatouille, and then we're going to do a layer of cheese.
Oh,
Okay.
stop it.
Then we
Wait,
do
you
our
can send me
layer
one of
of
those.
bechamel.
The baby's kicking a lot right now.
It's
He is excited
starving.
about
Well, I don't
this.
have a baby in there, and I'm
He's
so enjoying it.
starving. And then the beautiful bechamel.
So you just the
Did
way
you
you would
get a
do.
bite?
Are you kidding me?
Get in there.
This is a good time.
Yeah,
So the
this-
way
oh
you
my
would do
goodness.
sauce, so to speak, you do it with the sauce.
Exactly. Now, my husband Luke, he doesn't think he's eating unless he has meat. Do you understand? Like he's
That's
like,
true.
well,
A lot
where
of folks
can
do
we
that.
didn't eat
Yeah.
supper? What about Italian sausage?
That would be
Cooked
delicious.
Italian sausage, or you could even do ground beef, lamb
And then what-
sausage.
do
Oh
you
my
mix it in
gosh,
with the
lamb
veggies, or-
sausage. Yeah. So then I'm going to cook that on the side. I'm going to
Okay,
sprinkle it
add
on
it
top
in
of
there.
my vegetables, and then we're going to go and finish it.
But can I tell you something?
What, Angel?
This might be the best veggie lasagna I've ever had. This is delicious. This is ridiculous. And the
Oh, I'm so
bechamel
happy.
sauce just
Oh,
like
that makes
ties
it-
it all
oh my
together.
God. It
Makes
does,
so
doesn't it? So much
creamy and
better than
delicious.
ricotta.
Here's the thing,
I
everybody
think.
at home knows I tell the truth, right?
Yes,
Especially about
yes.
food. This is worth going to today.com/food and getting this recipe. Home run for you.
Thank you, honey.
So good.
Thank you, honey. I
Delicious.
appreciate it.
You know it's
so
good when
much.
we like pack it up for lunch a little
But
later.
roasting the
Roasted
tomatoes
tomatoes.
really do help, doesn't it?
Wow. So good.
Yes, all right. Make sure you get that book. Come on over.
Come on over. So good to see you
Let's
in
say it one more
person.
time. Come on over.
Yes, come on over.
You know,
You
I
have
got
to get
kids
this
in
all be
college.
over.
We got to sell some books.
the temperatures heating up and people starting to throw larger gatherings, it's time to get you ready to host some friends and family for a hearty meal.
And who better? Who better than our friend and hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth Haskell? She's going to help us out. She's got a new cookbook out. It's called Come On Over, and she's got a Fix Ahead Friday recipe that's perfect for weekend brunch. First of all, we love you.
Yes.
My Lord.
Elizabeth, I have that dress, but I couldn't zip it. I couldn't zip it up.
Okay, that's kind of funny because it's barely zipped. It took 2 people to get me in this damn thing. But so I'm only going to keep it on for just a few minutes, trying to breathe here and get through this segment.
You're the best hostess.
Yeah, and I like that you can make something ahead because often you feel like you got to make it. And here they come. They're coming in the door.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't know where Lionel Richie's kids were, but that song Easy Like a Sunday Morning is ridiculous because it's not. I mean, you're trying to get kids dressed. You've got Sunday school or you got a soccer game. You got something. You're looking for cleats. You're running around. This we can make today, and you can serve it on Sunday, Saturday morning. And it's one less thing that you've got to do. All right, we have eggs, and we're going to mix these up really well, and then we're adding our milk. This is actually half and half. You could use milk, but I just, why not? It's
Just
Sunday
dump
morning.
it in.
And
It's not for the lactose insensitive, but that's okay.
Exactly. We've got a little salt. We also have our sugar, a little bit of vanilla, and I'm going to tell you something. Vanilla is expensive. But do not buy the imitation vanilla. Oops. It's just a sad imitation, all right?
I buy
Spend
that.
the money.
Don't get it.
I know it's hard.
Why? Because it tastes.
I felt the
why?
same way. Because it just makes that much difference. The flavor is incredible in real vanilla.
I'm going to tell Henry
it
to
is
start cutting the coupons for something else, you know?
Exactly. It's 10 times the price, but you need it. All right, here we go. We've got our blueberries. What I did, I tossed a little bit of flour in with my blueberries so that this doesn't turn purple. That's going to coat our blueberries. It's going to, I'm telling you, it's going to protect them. We're going to put those right on in. And now we have our French bread chunks.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It's got to be French bread. Is that like a baguette or something?
Well, I mean, you could use a baguette. Any day-old bread really is going to be great. You know, if you've got French bread or an Italian loaf. Now I'm adding my cinnamon. And then we have some cream cheese. And you want to make sure that it's room temperature. I did cut it up into small pieces just so that it will kind of blend. All right, what are y'all laughing at?
Well, we just love, you know,
are y'all laughing at me?
No, we're laughing because of the amount of cream cheese you just poured in that bowl.
You're just like,
we know that you're Southern by that bowl right there.
It's Sunday morning, y'all.
Okay, now
it's
what are
gonna
we
be
doing?
a treat. Okay, now here we go. We take our greased
pan
9x13 casserole dish. If you don't have one, you need to get one. Especially if you're going to get my book, Come On Over, because literally every other recipe calls for a 9x13. And then we're just going to take this butter. And did you notice my cute butter
we
cow?
love your
This
cow.
is something else that everybody needs is a butter cow.
Do we really need a butter cow? We need one, Elizabeth?
Because then you can keep this. Room temperature butter is always at your disposal. It's fantastic. I'm telling you. All right,
Okay,
so
now
here
what?
we go. This is going to go right into our oven. Now, if you're actually making this recipe, though, I mean, obviously we're doing this for TV today, but you're going to leave it in the refrigerator at least overnight. So that's the great news. We're going to make it ahead. And then look at this,
Let's see.
y'all.
Oh,
Let's see,
show
let's
us,
see.
Elizabeth.
Have you ever?
Oh my gosh.
Beautiful. How did
Stop it!
And how do you serve it?
now.
How do you serve it up?
Gonna do a nice big spoonful, and then it's going to go onto our plate. You could do a little bit of powdered sugar on top.
Okay.
And,
we got to
so we
rock
got
and
this little
roll,
guy?
and we love you.
We love you too.
Get Elizabeth's new book, Come On Over. She says you can entertain anywhere at today.com/shop.
The sun is shining, and we fired up the grill, y'all. Join me, Jocelyn Delk Adams, for a summer barbecue to remember. As a chef and cookbook author, I love to add a modern twist to classic recipes. With my tips, you can host an outdoor cookout that looks effortless and won't cost a fortune. Bringing all of your loved ones together, it makes the day that much sweeter. Booze, this party's going to be epic. Growing up, I absolutely loved summer barbecues. For me, it just felt like a time to get family and friends together and really just enjoy the weather and each other and some good food. My inspiration for a party comes from a variety of places. I love everything from travel to new restaurants. It all sort of kind of informs all of my ideas and decision making when I'm throwing a party. I guess you could call me an events rebel. I really love to break the rules. And I love that because it's really fun to sort of have something unexpected at your event. The first thing that's most important with creating an event that you absolutely love is starting with the vibe and building it with your personality. If you could bottle my personality, it would probably be like a bright orange color, so that's gonna be all through this event. I love throwing barbecues outside. If you've got a pool, which we happen to have, like, why wouldn't you set an entire event around that? You know you are always at a great party when the playlist is hot. So I wanted to focus on creating a playlist that had a lot of fun, energetic songs that made people want to get up and party. I love games at events. Seriously, if we do not have games at my event, it's not one of my events. I love everything from activities that I actually make up. I mean, it's all about making sure that your guests have a good time, and games help with that. Next, make sure that you stay organized. I am truly type A, y'all, okay? I am a person who lives and breathes by spreadsheets. When I'm thinking about an event, I start with the spreadsheet so I can stay organized, keep my guests in there, keep what I've ordered, keep what I'm serving. Literally every single detail goes in that spreadsheet. For your guest list, it's truly important that you spend a lot of time thinking about who you want seated at your table. I decided to make this party all about the amazing gals in my life. I really wanted it to be this mix of amazing women that I appreciate and who I'm inspired by. And finally, create a unique menu. When I start to think about my menu planning for my barbecue, I really want to knock my guests' socks off. I love to incorporate things that are in season. So a couple recipes I'm thinking about are maybe a watermelon salad. Watermelon is in season right now, so that's gonna be so fresh. Also, corn is in season, and I've got this like amazing corn pudding, but the key is the corn is grilled. So it's like a nice time to actually use the grill, get some nice char on that corn, and actually give it some nice texture and bite. I think I know exactly how I want this day to flow, so let's get in the kitchen and start getting that menu going. For this barbecue, I selected some of my favorite recipes that I'm gonna show you how to make. First, we're gonna start with my simple ribs. Then we're gonna move on to my elote fried corn pudding from my new cookbook, Everyday Grand, along with my watermelon salad, and then finally, my berry rhubarb punch. We're gonna get started with my simple ribs recipe, and it starts with a dry rub. I've got some Cajun seasoning here. I've got some kosher salt, gotta get some nice salt in there. I've got some mustard powder. And then I've got onion and garlic powder. I'm gonna add both of those in here. Black pepper, some smoked paprika, and I've got some chili powder. Cumin. I love cumin in literally everything. And finally, I've got some brown sugar to add some sweetness. And then we're just gonna do a quick whisk of all of this, combining it. So I started making my own spice rubs at home when I realized how easy it was to do. Like, you could literally just go in your pantry, grab all of your favorite ingredients, and pull together something that's explosive flavor-wise. I happen to like a lot of different flavors in my dry rub because I want a lot of different sensations to happen when you bite into that rib, right? You want that sweet, you want that heat, you want that nuance of flavor, and so all of these different components are gonna pull that off. And once that's combined, we're gonna get that on our ribs. These are beef ribs, and I'm going to grab some oil spray. So I like to use the oil spray. It's a little bit more controlled, and it just kind of keeps things a tiny bit cleaner during this process. The oil is going to become an adhesive for our dry rub. And then we're gonna start to add our dry rub right over our ribs. And you can add as much or as little as you want. The purpose of a dry rub is really to get that flavor penetrated into our ribs. And it's gonna take a little time because we're not breaking this down with what you would usually find in a wet rub. I'm gonna flip these over. We're gonna do another spray. And then we're gonna get that dry rub all up in there as well. And you really wanna push it into the meat so it really penetrates and you get all of that flavor. My favorite thing about barbecues are definitely the ribs. It's my favorite recipe. It's the quintessential barbecue recipe, right? So I think that all of my side dishes are gonna be the perfect complement to this main dish because this is really hearty, but it's got so much flavor, but everything else is sort of light and refreshing, so it's a perfect complement. All right, these look nice and rubbed down. So I did a quick rinse of my hands, and now we're gonna get these ready to go into the fridge. I've got some heavy duty foil because we wanna make sure that every little crevice, everything is covered so we really get that marinade to seep in. I'm gonna go one rack at a time here. Really get it covered. The ribs are wrapped and ready to go. I'm going to add these to my baking sheet, and then I'm gonna pop this in the fridge for about 6 hours at least so we can really get that marinade in there. And then we'll be ready to grill. All right, our ribs are marinating, and now when we come back, we're gonna get into our sides. While our ribs are marinating, I'm gonna get started on my elote fried corn pudding. This recipe was inspired by my trip to Mexico City, and I wanted to really sort of mix in some of that authentic Mexican flavor with some of my Southern roots. The first step is in grilling our corn. I've got some shucked corn here, and I'm going to add a little vegetable oil to the outside of it so we can make sure that this doesn't stick to the grates once we're grilling. Now I'm gonna take these out to the grill. I love adding in that char and that bite of grilled corn, and it's an amazing way to use it while it's in season too. Now that we've grilled our corn, it's time to get started on our filling. So I'm going to start here with some Mexican crema that's gonna go into our big bowl. This is so rich and creamy. It's gonna add so much flavor. And then I've got some melted butter. We've got 4 eggs here, and it's best that you crack them outside of the big bowl, so if you get any shell, it doesn't get into your major mixture here. Now I want to zest some lime so I can add in some citrus flavor. It's really gonna brighten this up. Now I've got some sugar. If you've ever had corn pudding in the South, you know it's a little bit sweet, so we gotta add in that sweet. I'm adding in some cornstarch. This is gonna help thicken everything up. And then a few spices to add some additional flavor. I've got some garlic powder, and I've got some cumin. Now this is where I get to add our grilled corn that we took off the cob. You can get that nice bite and that texture from those kernels. This is creamed corn that you can find just right in the can in your grocery store, and it's a very different texture from that grilled corn we made earlier. We're also gonna add in some cotija cheese. I'm going to mix all of this together, make sure it's nice and combined. Before we add this to our casserole dish, I'm just gonna lightly spray this so we can make sure that it doesn't stick. And then we're just gonna pour all of our corn pudding mixture right into our casserole dish. I'm gonna add some foil to this so we can have a nice even bake and it doesn't brown too much. Now I'm gonna pop this in the oven and we're gonna let this set up and get so nice and beautiful and brown, and then we'll be ready to serve. Our corn pudding is out of the oven, and let's check it out. Oh my goodness. You can just see all of that grilled corn that's come to the top and this sort of creamy, custardy texture. I like to add some decorations and really take it to another level. I like to add a little bit more of the cotija cheese. And then I also like to strategically place a few little limes here, little lime slices. Adds a little color as well. I'm gonna add some cilantro too. And then finally, I'm gonna sprinkle on a little tahini, and that little brightness with that chili and lime flavor is just gonna take this up to like a whole nother level. It's so good. Our corn pudding is ready to serve, and I know the guests are gonna love this. Now it's time to get started on my watermelon salad. This watermelon salad is so perfect for this barbecue because watermelon's in season, it's sweet, it's juicy, and it reminds me of childhood when I used to have watermelon every summer. Also, this recipe is important to me because, you know, watermelon sometimes can be pretty controversial for Black people. We can feel uncomfortable sometimes having it because of the history associated with it. So with this recipe, I really wanted to sort of say, we can reclaim it. We can feel comfortable having it again, and I hope that it brings a more positive light towards this food. The first step to making my watermelon salad is pickling some onions, and this is gonna give that nice tart flavor. People have no idea how easy it is to pickle onions at home, and I'm gonna show you. So I've got some water. I'm gonna add this to my little pot here, some white vinegar, some sugar, and some salt. And then I'm gonna crank on our heat here. And we're gonna let this get to about medium-high heat. We wanna really let that sugar dissolve, and then it's gonna be ready for pickling our onions. Our sugar has dissolved. I'm just gonna pop a garlic clove in here for some additional flavor. And then I'm gonna pour this right over our onions. Yes, 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 yes. I'm gonna cover this up. And now this is gonna go in the fridge for about 2 hours. Now we're gonna make our chipotle dressing. This recipe starts with our shallots. I'm going to add some oil. We wanna get our shallots sizzling in this medium heat so we can get them nice and tender. All right, these look good to go. I'm gonna add these into our blender. Now I'm gonna add in some lime juice, some red wine vinegar, got a little honey too, Dijon mustard, some chipotle. I'm gonna add this right on in. Nice kick of flavor, we love that. And then finally, I've got some salt and pepper. Okay. that beautiful color. You can tell when the dressing is done because it's nice and smooth. You see that chipotle has blended in and it's thickened up a bit. And this is gonna be absolutely perfect on our watermelon salad, y'all. I've got my watermelon here and I'm gonna start breaking this down. You wanna make sure you have a super sharp knife. And then also, under my cutting board, I've got a little surprise here. I've got some wet paper towel right up under it to make sure that this doesn't slip and slide. It's gonna make sure that this stays in place. To begin, I'm gonna cut off the ends of my watermelon. And then I also like to cut straight down the middle. This makes it easier when you're dealing with a much larger watermelon. You can break it down much quicker. Oh yeah, look at that. I like to get it to a stable position as quickly as possible because it's much easier to maneuver and then it's not gonna roll around a lot. We want to start to take off the sides. So we're gonna remove the rind and you can actually start to do this based on just looking at the top and seeing where it guides you. And as you remove that, just put it right into your discard bowl. We're gonna get off as much of this as possible and then we're gonna go right back around once we're done and then just clean up and get off anything that we didn't before. And then once you have all of those edges and it's pretty bright and red, this is when we're gonna actually start to cut it into strips. We're making a salad, so I'm gonna go for bigger pieces. And I'm gonna take these ones in the center, and then we're gonna break these down into cubes. I'm gonna cut again into wedges. And then I'm gonna cut right across again. And there you go. Now it's time to assemble our salad. I've got our cubed watermelon here, and I'm just gonna add this into a big bowl. I'm gonna also add in some cucumber. I've got some heirloom tomatoes, which are quite special. The seeds are passed down from farmers every single season, so it's a special sort of hybrid there. Going to mix all of this together. And now I'm gonna add in some greens. I've got some mint, some arugula, and some basil. Sprinkle all of that in. Just kind of mix that in as well. And this is such a beautiful, colorful salad. All right. Now we're gonna add in that dressing we made earlier. Then I'm gonna do a big toss and get all of these ingredients to just really kind of soak in that dressing. What works so great about this salad is you're just going to get so many different flavor profiles. Like that sweetness from the watermelon is just going to complement that chipotle spice that you get from the dressings. It's really sort of well balanced because of all of those flavors. Now I'm gonna transfer this to our pretty bowl. Perfect. And then I'm gonna just dress this up with our pickled onion. I'm just gonna place a few right on top. So gorgeous. And then add a little of our feta cheese. And this is gonna be a hit, y'all. This is ready to serve. If you've ever been to basically any party or barbecue, you know you gotta have a good punch, and this one is great. So I've got some water here that's boiling, and we're gonna use this to create a simple syrup for this recipe. And simple syrups are usually just water and sugar, and then you can add in whatever you want so you can really sort of bring in some additional flavor, and that's what we're gonna do here. So I'm adding in our sugar to our water, and we're gonna get that to boiling temperature. And then I'm gonna add in some berries, some strawberries, some raspberries, and then finally, because rhubarb is in season right now, I'm going to add some rhubarb. I love to work it in drinks like this, and it sort of brings down that sweetness of those berries, and it's just so delicious. And finally, I'm gonna add in some mint. I'm just gonna stir all of this to combine, and then I'm going to let this come to boiling so I can really let that sugar and all of this sort of dissolve and thicken up. Once it starts to boil, you can see that color developing, that bright red color that is just gonna make that punch just pop, okay, on that barbecue table. It's gonna be so beautiful. This has been going for about 20 minutes and it's perfectly thickened and that syrup is like delicious. And we wanted to make sure that all that sugar dissolved. So now that it's cooled down a bit, I'm gonna go ahead and strain it. This is our berry rhubarb syrup and we're ready to assemble our punch. I'm gonna take my syrup here and add this right into my pitcher. I've also got some ginger ale and I've got a little vodka here too. Gotta have a little fun. This is mama's drink right here. All right, and then I'm gonna add in some berries as well. This is gonna be just like a nice garnish. And then do a nice little stir here to combine everything. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Pour a little into this glass. You can see that gorgeous color. Those berries fly in. Look how beautiful this is. I cannot wait to serve this to our guests. And I'm actually gonna take some of this same punch and I'm gonna turn them into popsicles. Who doesn't love a popsicle during the summer? So I know they're gonna absolutely fall in love with this whole idea. I've showed you how to make most of our menu items and I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve. I'm gonna be serving a peach salad and also a family favorite potato salad. It's almost party time, guys. Next, when we come back, we are heading out to the grill. It's the day of the barbecue, y'all. I am so excited. It's a beautiful sunny day and I cannot wait for my guests to see the spread. My first two guests are Mercedes and Kelly. I've worked with both of these ladies and they are like sisters to me, so I had to invite them to my barbecue. My next two guests are Lola and Amy. Lola was my college roommate, and Amy, she's a newer friend I met through blogging. Chanel, we met each other working together ages ago, and Ariana, she's my sorority sister. My last guest, well, you can't have a barbecue without inviting your mama, okay? So she definitely had to come. So good to see you. Is anyone ready to eat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's make our way to the table. This is my watermelon salad that's in my cookbook, Everyday Grand. Enjoy. I love it. This is the main event. Wow. That's gorgeous. Yeah. simple ribs. Even though they don't take a lot of effort, they taste amazing, y'all. You will love them. All right, ladies, cheers. Cheers. Yeah. Enjoy, dig in. So what do you guys think of the potato salad?
Well, this is really good. Really good.
Delicious.
Look, Mama approves, that's it.
If I say it's good, it's good.
Let me tell you how long we worked on that recipe.
forever.
There is a story with that, okay? We tested it over and over and over, I think maybe at least 20 times.
At least.
And my mom and dad, they were like, nope, needs this. Nope, needs more of this. Before it went into the book, they were still nervous about it. I was
Right,
like,
we
it's
still
going
were.
into the book.
Yeah. Right.
But it's been a
Regardless.
hit. Everyone has loved it.
Great.
You did your thing, Josh. Yeah.
Okay, it's time for some games. Okay, this first one we're gonna play, it's called Celebrity in a Bag. Got all these little names in here, and these are different celebrities, and you can ask all of us yes or no questions so you can guess who the celebrity is that you have.
Oh. Is it a girl?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an actor?
Yes.
Does she have a Grammy?
Yes, an EGOT, Emmy,
Does she
Grammy,
have-
Oscar,
Oh, that's
Tony.
Oh, cool. I did not know that. Is what that meant. Is it Jennifer Hudson?
All right, guys, we've got popsicles. We've got a berry rhubarb, a peach sweet tea, and pink lemonade. Delicious. I cannot thank you enough for coming and enjoying my good food and enjoying the company. It ain't over yet because we are going to get on the dance floor. Let's bust a move.
All right. Okay.
Feeling inspired to throw your own summer barbecue? Scan the QR code for my recipes, featured products, and more. Just so you know, Today may get a commission for purchases made through the QR code or links on our website.